Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, for good reason, we will not take the roll call and we will not recite the national pledge. We will go straight to messages from the President, and I have 2 messages from the President. The first message is dated 20th June 2025, and it reads, Right Honorable Speaker, absence from Ghana. Pursuant to Article 59 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, I write to formally inform you of my intention to travel to Abuja on 21st June 2025 to participate in the 67th Ordinary Session of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government meeting scheduled to be held on the 22nd June 2025 and return same day. During my absence, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, shall, in accordance with Article 60, Clause 8 of the Constitution, assume my duties. Signed, John Dramani Mahama. The second is dated 23rd June 2025. It reads, Right Honorable Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, I write to formally notify you of my intention to travel to Brussels on 24th June 2025 to participate in the Gavi Global Summit on Health and Prosperity through immunization scheduled for 25th June 2025. Following the summit, I will proceed to London to hold meetings with potential investors in the energy sector. I am expected to return to Ghana on 29th June 2025. In my absence, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman, shall perform my functions in accordance with Article 60, Clause 8 of the Constitution. Signed, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable members, what is the meaning of Abuja? If you are willing to pay, I will help you. It means Abu, red. Abu, the name Abu. And the man was red. So, honorable members, our colleagues with us here who decided long ago that they were independent members, but agreed with the National Democratic Congress to do business with the majority in Parliament, wrote long ago, but the letters did not get to my office until recently. I know the practice is to read them so that they can be captured by the official reports. And so I'm compelled to read them today. I have those, I think 3 of the letters from 3 of them, and I think I earlier on read 1. That is the 4th one. I have one from Honorable Kwame Asare Obeng, the Member of Parliament for Gomua Central Constituency. It reads, dated 7th January 2025. To the right, Honorable Speaker. Dear Sir, decision to caucus with the NDC majority in Parliament. I write to notify your good offices of my decision as the independent member of Parliament elect then for Gomua Central Constituency to caucus with the NDC majority in Parliament, counting on your necessary cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Kwame Asare Obeng. It's copied to the majority leader and also the minority leader. The next is a letter from Honorable Ohene Kwame Frimpong, Member of Parliament for Asante Achim North Constituency. The letter is dated 28th January 2025, and it reads, to the Right Honorable Speaker, Dear Right Honorable Speaker, declaration of decision to caucus with the majority in the 9th Parliament. Pursuant to your directive on Wednesday, January 8, 2025, requiring all independent members of Parliament to officially communicate their decision to align with either side of the House, I write to declare my decision to caucus with the majority in Parliament being the National Democratic Congress. This decision reflects my commitment to the supreme interests of the people of Asante Achim North Constituency, whom I am privileged to represent. After thorough consideration, I am confident that aligning with the majority will create a conducive environment necessary to champion development and progress for my constituents. As always, my priority is to serve and advance the welfare of my constituency. I trust this decision will enhance collaboration and resource mobilization for their benefit. Thank you. Respectfully yours, Honorable Ohene Kwame Frimpong. The last one with me is Honorable Stanley Yao Nandaya, dated 9th January 2025. It reads, the Right Honorable Speaker. Dear Honorable Speaker, a letter to do business with the NDC in the House. I hope this letter finds you in good health and high spirits. As a newly elected member of Parliament for the Ulensi constituency, I am writing to express my intention to collaborate with the National Democratic Congress to do business with in the 9th Parliament. Having won my seat as an independent candidate, I recognize the importance of unity and cooperation in addressing the pressing issues facing our constituents and the nation at large. I believe that by working closely with the NDC, we can foster constructive dialogue and develop policies that benefit all citizens. My primary focus will be on initiatives that promote economic development, enhance social welfare, and improve constituency infrastructure. I believe that my independent perspective, combined with the NDC's majority support, will drive significant progress in our legislative agenda. I would appreciate the opportunity to discuss potential collaborations and how we can align our efforts for the greater good of our constituents. I look forward to your guidance on the best way to facilitate this partnership and contribute effectively to our parliamentary proceedings. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your response. Yours sincerely, Honorable Stanley Yao Nandaya. Honorable members, in view of the decision to be sitting at this hour, we need to change the order of business by always recognizing our august visitors, particularly the students who come from various institutions early, so that they could go back to their constituencies. Again, those who are not able to return the same day, or at least have a rest, because I'm told they usually travel long distances to come here. So permit me to introduce to you the visitors now we have at the public gallery. We have from the Hoping Foundation a number of visitors, 17 in number, led by the leader, Sheriff Makbati. They brought the full name now of the institution, Hoping Foundation students from California State University, United States of America. And as I stated earlier on, there are 17 in number, led by their leader, Sheriff Makbati. He is a senior tour guide. This foundation is actually situated in the Tamil North constituency. The name seemed to have given some different impression. Hoping Foundation students from California State University, USA, situated in Tamil North constituency. I can see them at the left side, and I have no doubt in my mind that they come from the California State University, USA, but they are located at Tamal North. I'm sure the MP for Tamal North is around. He's stepped out. You are not MP for Tamal North. Yes, can you clarify this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is actually a university in the US, but they have a foundation here. So they're actually from the US. So it's not using a name in the US when in actual fact they're in Tamale North. So that I know.
So the real rendition should have been students from California State University, USA, who are members of Hoping Foundation. And they visited Ghana, and particularly Tamal North constituency. You are most welcome. On behalf of the Parliament of Ghana, we wish you all the best, and I'm sure the usual warm hospitality of our people are being extended to you. It's a pleasure to have you. Please, we have another group coming from the Presec Basic Junior High School. There are 60 in number, and they are being led by their leader, Mawena Kofi Abri. He is a teacher, and the school is located at the Medina constituency. They are at the right side, and you can see it's quite a large number. I can see the Medina MP. I'm sure you have a hand in bringing them here. That's quite a large number, 60. You are most welcome. This is your home, this is your house. You are at liberty to come anytime to observe what your MPs do here and learn so that in future you'll be better than we are today. So please, you may resume your seats. The last group is from the leadership of tertiary institution civic education clubs. And there are 35 in number, led by their leader, Eric Jadate. He is a tertiary coordinator of the National Commission for Civic Education. And they are coming from the Formina constituency. I don't see my deputy, who is the MP for that area, but on his behalf and on behalf of Parliament, I welcome all of you to your house. Parliament is your home, and at any time you are welcome. Please, you may resume your seat. Honorable members, we now move to the next item. I have a short communication to make. Honorable members, this statement is on the project that we launched recently, building the capacity of parliamentarians for economic and financial governance. I'm waiting for you. When you finish your conversations, then I can continue. Honorable members, it is with a deep sense of gratitude and pride that I make this statement on the World Bank United Kingdom Ghana Parliament's project themed Building the Capacity of Parliamentarians for Economic and Financial Governance. This project is being financed by the World Bank and the United Kingdom's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. As I stated during the launch of the project on 18th June 2025, Parliament is the foundation stone of Ghana's democracy. Parliament thus has the responsibility of ensuring that the socio-economic and development aspirations of the good people of Ghana are realized. As a means of fulfilling this mandate, Parliament has, since the birth of the Fourth Republic, provided legitimate expression to ordinary people's needs and aspirations and protected the rights and dignities of citizens, especially vulnerable people. Honorable members, the performance of the 8th Parliament rekindled the hope of Ghanaians in democracy. The world stood in admiration as the 8th Parliament succeeded where others had failed, despite the cynicism of doomsayers. The 8th Parliament broke the jinx of the fate of hung parliaments all over the world, particularly in Great Britain, Australia, or even in Ghana, where we had the experience of the Third Republic. The 8th Parliament completed its full term of 4 years, and a successful general elections were held. The Parliament revised the standing orders over the past 4 years. The corruption perception indices conducted by Transparency International revealed citizens' waning trust in government's handling of the country's treasury. Having maintained a score of 43% from 2020 to 2023, Ghana scored 41% in the 2024 CPI. As a means of restoring the dwindling confidence of citizens in government's handling of the country's resources, this House ensured that in all its transactions with government, to hold the government not to forsake its pecuniary self-interest for that of the common good. Members of Parliament might be seen at the forefront of the fight for transparency, probity, accountability, and judicious utilization of Ghana's resources. Winning the war against resource theft requires more than a deep understanding of figures as displayed in budgets. We must have a better appreciation of data through a mix of financial skill sets and competencies. Conscious of this responsibility, the Parliament of Ghana is doing everything possible to rise up to the challenge. 12 new committees have been established and new offices created to improve accountability and transparency in economic governance. The ninth Parliament must, as a matter of necessity, follow up on this transformative review to build its capacity, to strengthen its hands, to scrutinize and examine economic policies, budgets, and the proper functioning of accountability mechanisms to ensure prudent utilization of public funds. Honorable members, I am proud to report that the world is responding positively to the progress made by the 8th Parliament. The 9th Parliament renewed efforts at stemming corruption and enhancing good governance by the creation of the Legal Services and Governance Division, together with the Public Engagement and Citizens Bureau, has helped in this direction. The World Bank, with its global expertise in governance reforms, and the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, which is renowned for its commitment to strengthen democratic institutions, have both acknowledged and applauded our progress towards improved accountability and transparency in economic governance. Indeed, and not in words, the two institutions are partnering the 9th Parliament to build a well-informed, well-equipped, and strengthened Parliament to foster appropriate development in Ghana. This partnership comes with an amount of $1,600,000 United States dollars from these two donor nations for an initial estimated 18 months period. Honorable members, our partners will play their role of making the resources available to us. How we judiciously apply these resources to attain the desired outcomes will rest on all of us, but largely on the following committees, which are penciled to benefit from the project. One, Economy and Development Committee. 2, Committee on Assurances. 3, Ways and Means Committee. 4, Finance Committee. 5, Budget Committee. 6, Public Accounts Committee. And 7, Public Administration and State Interest Committee. Beyond mere training of the members of these key committees, which deal with economic governance and financial management, the initiative seeks to enable Parliament put in place systems of change management to enable it to exercise its constitutional responsibilities, particularly in relation to legislation, oversight, budgetary control, and analysis of economic policies. To this end, the Parliamentary Office on Fiscal Analysis, the Public Engagement Department, and the Department of Citizens Bureau will be covered by this project. I therefore call on you, members of Parliament, and the management and staff of the Parliamentary Service, particularly the Office of the Clerk, to fully embrace this opportunity for capacity strengthening. Only a strong Parliament can sustain democratic governance and translate its dividends equitably to the ordinary citizens of Ghana without leaving anyone behind. The World Bank and the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office will be keenly watching how transparently we apply the resources. The media will be watchdogging. Ghanaians will legitimately be policing us. Let it never be said or even perceived that the people's representatives misapplied donor funds. Instead, let the news headlines at the end of this project read, "Squeaky clean Parliament utilize every dollar for donor funds to enhance good governance." I pledge, on behalf of the Parliamentary Service Board, to play a rigorous supervisory role that makes for judicious use of the funds. After all, our ability to attract more funding depends on how well we manage this project and similar ones. Honorable members, a handshake of appreciation is the magnet that attracts further assistance. Therefore, I wish to, on your behalf, extend a handshake of appreciation to the World Bank and the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office for the vote of faith in the Parliament of Ghana with the grant of the $1.6 million. The camaraderie and the avowed desire to entrench democracy in Ghana, Africa, and the world. Finally, I impress upon MPs to always witness to the goodness of God. The Parliament of Ghana has chalked historic achievements worth proclaiming to the world. Let us always toast a glass to our successes, not because there are no sorrows, but because the candle of celebration drowns the darkness of our woes. Let us embrace and celebrate this project as a means of attracting further support to this House. I want to take this opportunity to thank all members of Parliament, staff, the Parliamentary Press Corps, and development partners who attended the launching ceremony of the project in the Right Honorable Justice D.F. Annan Auditorium on the 18th of June, 2025. I further thank you and our highly valued listeners for the attention. Thank you. Honorable members, I intentionally decided to make this a statement because I want all of you to commit yourselves to the success of this project. It is the first in the series of our partners in trying to build this institution as a model parliament for the rest of Africa, if not the world. We have done some great things that people admire, and they think that we are worthy of this support. So I want all of you to come on board. I don't want anybody to tomorrow say that I'm not aware of this project. Please, even though these committees are mentioned, there are others that will be added. For example, the Fiscal Council, which will be established to look at the fiscal situation in the country. So please don't take this as the usual normal statements from the Speaker. I mean real business, and I hope that you will support me in this direction. Honorable members, may we now take correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Because of some urgent business, I will not take comments. We will start with the votes and proceedings of Friday, 20th June 2025, page 1. Yes, please.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Vote under votes and proceedings. Minutes of the 15th sitting. I think the word 15th have been wrongly spelled. So if the clerk at table could take notice and correct accordingly.
Yes, clerk at table, please kindly do so. It's wrongly spelled at page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 10. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, on page 10, item 10, number 53, the last line, the Lands Act. I've checked the website of Parliament, and the name of the legislation is the Land Act. So I don't know which is which, whether it is the Land Act or the Lands Act. On the website of Parliament, it is Land Act, but here it is Lands Act. So I want them to check and with the reconciliation. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member, well noted. We'll cross-check on that. Yes, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, still on page 10, just above questions, that is 10. The spelling of Presea, the spelling ends with EA and not IA. Presea Gold Mine.
Yes, honorable member, you are right. Table office kindly take note. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Friday, 20th July 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. I have with me a copy of the official report of Thursday, 12th June 2025. Any corrections? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect on column 38, second paragraph, third sentence. If you indulge me, I'll read. As a current government, the ministry has also been instructed to waive all the applicable fines that should have been applied to the defaulting entities. I think current government should have been caring. I suspect, I saw the minister here, he can check whether he meant to say as a caring government, not as a current government. So, I mean, you can check and let us know which is which. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, I think you are right. You should be talking about care, C-A-R, not C-U-R-R. Table office, kindly take note of that.
Mr. Speaker, and again on column 46, the last but one paragraph. Mr. Speaker, I end by urging all of us to stand up against this medium terrorism. I think it should be media terrorism and not medium terrorism. Thank you.
Yes, table office, kindly take note of that. I don't know what it will mean if you say medium terrorism. It should be media terrorism. Honorable members, any further corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of Thursday, 12 June 2025 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the statement on the support that we are getting from the World Bank and our development partners. Mr. Speaker, I just want to crave your indulgence pursuant to Order 67 for us to vary the order of business so that we can lay a number of instruments and also the report of the Appointments Committee on the President's nomination to the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, there is an addendum to our order paper, and it lists 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about six instruments. 6 instruments. And so I crave your indulgence for us to lay the instruments.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any difficulty on the instrument, the number of the 6 instruments on the order paper addendum, so we can lay them.
Honorable members, I grant the leave and I'll call on the sponsors to proceed to present the papers to the House. That means we are moving straight to commencement of public business. Item The item is just presentation of instruments. I will want the sector minister for Environment, Science and Technology to present all the instruments coming from that ministry with a single bow. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the two ministers say that they need a little more work on C, environmental protection, petroleum regulations. So he will bow to all the 5 except the C.
Honorable members, we just been informed that item C is not ready to be presented to the House. And so I'll permit the minister to present item A, B, D, E, and F with a bow, and this will be read by the clerks at table for our records.
Environmental Protection, Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Certification Regulations 2025. Environmental Protection, Environmental Assessment Regulations 2025. Environmental Protection, Management of Ozone Depleting Substances, Halocarbons, Halocarbon Alternatives and their Products Regulations 2025. Environmental Protection Effluent Regulations 2025. Environmental Protection Air Quality Management Regulations 2025.
Honorable members, the instruments as read have accordingly been presented to the House and is referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report to this House. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, further applications to you to vary the order of business so that we can lay the report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency the President's nominations for appointments as Justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana. It's item 10C, Roman numeral II.
What about the Roman numeral I? Is that one not ready? Well, you mentioned only the II. What about the I?
Mr. Speaker, earlier on, there were 2 separate reports for one batch and then another report for the second batch, or a last nominee that was considered. But it's now integrated into one report. So they mistakenly itemized 2. It could either be 15th report or the second one, which is report of the Appointments Committee. So deleting one of them because it's the same report that is going to be laid. So, Mr. Speaker, let's take CI 15 report of the Appointments Committee, and let's delete the second one, 15 report. Chairman.
Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, if you may indulge me, this very report, there is still some challenges that we are engaging with regards to these two reports. The ranking member of the committee has just been given a copy of the report. He has to go through. There were some points that they had meeting earlier today that was supposed to be captured. It has not been captured. So, Mr. Speaker, if we can do other business whilst this engagement go on, and then we will come back and have a look. But at the moment, the report itself is not ready. Members of the committee, especially the ranking member, they just brought a copy to him in the chamber here, which he has to do some import. So, Mr. Speaker, with respect, if the majority leader can let us do another business, then we do that engagement. Luckily, the chairman is here and the ranking member too is here. We will engage, and then when we are certain, then they can lay it and take it later on, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think they have done all the engagements that they need as a committee. I have a report that is duly signed by the clerk of the committee and then also the chairman of the committee. And the chairman gives me clear indication that everything is okay with the report of the committee and ready to be laid. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing outstanding in relation to the report. Mr. Speaker, there are two sides on the committee. There's the majority side and the minority side. And in the report, the minority has already indicated their opposition to the appointments. They've indicated they voted opposing the appointment. So it's obvious. So once they voted opposing the appointments, I don't see what is there to engage about. So, Mr. Speaker, we are laying the report, we are taking the report, and we are voting on the report.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I disagree with what the leader of the House just said. Mr. Speaker, the chair of the committee called a meeting late this morning for us to discuss the report. We discussed the report and agreed together on what should be the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee directed its clerk to do the needful. A draft was brought to me whilst I was in the office to go through to be sure that whatever we had discussed had been so captured. I detected some omissions and wrote on the report and told the transmitter that he should engage the chair so that it will be done. Mr. Speaker, I was called by our clerk that she is right here in the chamber and chairman has some disagreement. So she wants me in. Mr. Speaker, I came in waiting to meet with the chairman. They said he was at the robing room. I went there. Unfortunately, he had already been there and had gotten back to the chamber. Mr. Speaker, whilst I was still talking to the clerk, chairman hands me a report which has been signed by the clerk, the same clerk who was waiting for me for us to finish this thing, has been signed by her and the chairman. Mr. Speaker, I don't want a repeat of what happened some months to happen again. I have reached out to the acting clerk to Parliament. I've expressed my views on this matter again to him. I still want to give peace a chance. It is not, Mr. Speaker, it is not proper. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues are introducing a phrase that I want to adopt. Mr. Speaker, I would want to give dialogue a chance because, Mr. Speaker, when we dialogue and dialogue well, we'll get to a solution. What I agree, however, with the leader of the House is that, yes, members of the committee have expressed their principled position on the matter, but it is how that is to be expressed. If your side is satisfied with how your views have been captured, and this was a matter of discussion at the committee, then be fair to us also to have our views correctly captured. I do not think that this is a matter that we should come to the floor for cameras to witness we breaking shoulders over this matter. We don't need to. We don't need to. Mr. Speaker, the clerk was still engaging me. I am therefore at a loss how and why the chairman could transmit a signed report to the leader of government business as if we are trying to frustrate the process. Mr. Speaker, far from that. Our job is not to frustrate or obstruct. Our job is to speak and make our position known. That is democracy. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to entreat my colleagues, however huge their majority strength may be. This is a House of Parliament. We have an outstanding matter. I have seen movement on the floor. I pray that we would go by it so that we bring this thing to a closure. If we are done, it is not any difficult matter. They can lay their report. Once we are done, then we proceed. We have our views. You have your views. But, Mr. Speaker, I will plead with you that kindly direct a further dialogue for us to close this matter. That's all, Mr. Speaker, I would want to submit.
Chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to respond to issues raised by the minority leader and the ranking member of the appointment committee. Right, Honorable Speaker, this report has since been ready and a copy given to the minority leader. Then, in his own handwriting, he recommended what should be included in the report, which I have at hand. Based on that, a decision was not taken on the report. Mr. Speaker, it was integrated. And again, in his own handwriting, he indicated for the second time what should again be added. Mr. Speaker, I have his own handwritten document with me as evidence of what transpired. Mr. Speaker, after all has been taken into consideration, we had a meeting late this morning, and then we agreed on the reports. What the minority leader said was that contrary to all the reports that I have read in this house, appointment report that I've read in this house, he is of the view that a preliminary comment should be indicated in the report. And if you look at the report, paragraph 4.0, it has captured the preliminary comment verbatim. Then he again indicated that from the preliminary comment, the clerk should indicate justification for the decision, stating that all minority members are opposed and voted against the nomination of the 7 judges. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 137 of the report, same had been done based on the meeting that we had this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, the recording from the meeting will indicate that, subject to what he wants to be captured, we have voted on the reports. The audio will bear me out. And everybody said yes. Then, Mr. Speaker, after the report was finalized and signed, and a copy given to him, contrary to his assertion that he has just been handed over the report just now, when he looked at the report, he is again asking what is not contained in his preliminary comments, as discussed at the committee level, be again added to the report. Mr. Speaker, I have a copy of the preliminary comments that he brought at the committee level. I can give out the preliminary comment and what he's asking to be added, which has never occurred at the committee level, so that they compare it with his own preliminary comment that he has added and what he is now seeking the clerk to add. So, Mr. Speaker, I indicated to the clerk that once what he is seeking to be added is not part of the preliminary comment that he said we should include in the report, that should not be added. Mr. Speaker, to what extent, as the chairman of the committee, will I indulge the minority leader and the ranking member of the committee? So, Mr. Speaker, the report is ripe to be taken, and it should be laid. In life, honesty is the best policy. It is the truth that will make all of us free. I wasn't the only one at the meeting. Both majority members and the minority members were at the meeting. Mr. Speaker, so long as you said they should take the conclusion from your preliminary issues that you have raised, and what you are seeking to do now is not part of your preliminary comment. It's not an issue before the committee. So why should it be indicated? Mr. Speaker, let me also place on record that I have read committee's report, including appointment committee's report. If a decision is taken or you have voted no, you don't do justification in the report. In this house, when we take a decision by voice vote, do we indicate justification in the report? If you take decision by head count, do we indicate decision in the report? If you take decision by voting, do we indicate why you have voted no and why you have voted yes? So, Mr. Speaker, we are setting a very bad precedent. This House is setting a very bad precedent. All that I have seen to be happening is that the report is by a majority decision. That is all. When you are on your feet and you want to justify why the report should be a minority decision, then a majority decision, then you can make your submission to justify why you have voted in the way the report is. But to say your justification should be part of the report, Mr. Speaker, is very novel, and I'm seeing it for the first time. However, we have indulged him and the report has captured the same. Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit.
Yes. In your contribution, kindly also address when the proceedings of the committee ended. When you were considering the judges, when did you end the
decision of the committee ended at the 10th floor committee room. Mr. Speaker, for the time, unless I rely on the clerk, the exact time that it has ended.
The hearings, when did you conclude the hearings of the committee?
The vetting of the report or?
The public hearing?
Yes, Friday.
Friday?
Yes.
Friday, okay.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
That's
okay.
Mr. Speaker, by Wednesday, we had done 6 judges. And the report on the 6 judges were ready and distributed for our comment. So, Mr. Speaker will recall that whilst we are in your office, we started going through the reports. So, Mr. Speaker, on Friday, it was only 1 judge that was vetted owing to a petition that the committee has addressed. So, for me, what was left was the consideration of the report of the single judge vetted on Friday. And Mr. Speaker, when the report of the single judge was produced, copy was given to the minority leader, and in minority leader's own handwriting, he made comments that comment should be integrated. And Mr. Speaker, that comment was integrated.
Yes,
and
yes.
because it was in his own handwriting.
First Deputy Speaker, yes, we heard you on that one. So let me listen to the Deputy Minority Leader. I think you are a member of the committee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would agree with both contributors that we had a discussion on the report. And at a point in time, we came up with suggestions as to the format in which the report was to be taken. After a series of questions from the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, we all agree that yes, what the Honorable Minority Leader is indicating must be incorporated in the report. But before dispersing from the meeting, there was a clear understanding that after inserting the preliminary comments and the suggestion that was written,
Honorable members.
Yes.
Yes, honorable members, we all heard her. Please.
Honorable.
Yes, please continue.
The minority leader pleaded, and it was accepted, that after the incorporation of the suggestions in the report, the report should be reverted back to him, and then he will have a last look at it, and then be ascertained that it is the full capture of what he indicated before it is signed and accepted by all of us. I'm here to learn that even though the minority leader, whatever he wrote was incorporated, it was never sent back to him. It was sent back to him. He made an input. He made an input correcting a statement that was not right. So once he has made that input, I believe that we all agree that it is only when all these things are corrected before it can be signed and presented for laying. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to beg of you. I think we are all trying to build consensus in everything that we do. Dialogue is the most important thing. We have dialogue with the chair, and if he's not going to agree to what we are suggesting, it is not a right position of the minority. And therefore, it is very important that what we want to express out there must be clearly stated. So I would like to plead with you, Mr. Speaker, that give us a little more chance to go through the report again, and then by the agreement of the committee members, then we will represent on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I don't think we have to continue this exchanges. It's not a debate, but we are governed by rules. And Order 215 gives us an indication of how reports of committees should be not only adopted by the committee, but also presented to the House. And 215.1 says that the deliberations and recommendations of a committee shall be presented to the House in the form of a committee, of a report. Honorable Dr. 2152 says the committee shall consider and adopt the report prior to the presentation of the report to the House, and the report shall be signed by the chairperson and the clerk to the committee. With specific reference to the Appointments Committee, 21711 says the committee shall report to Parliament within 3 days after the conclusion of proceedings of the committee when Parliament is sitting. Honorable members, please, when you are dealing with serious matters of this nature, you don't keep on conversing as if you are in the market square. Please. After listening to the information from the members of the committee, the chair, the ranking, and a senior member, the deputy minority leader, I think some of what you refer to I'm aware of, because you even sought my assistance in some of these matters in my conference room and went through them together. We thought we had settled them. Now they are being rehashed. I don't think that is proper. When we are talking about a report of a committee, we are talking about the whole committee. We are not talking about individuals inserting things to suit their understanding of a report of the committee. Whatever you have to say, you can say it here on the floor as part of your contributions to the deliberations of the House. I will give you enough time to say it. We cannot expect the report to capture everything. Please, you will not be prevented from saying what you want to say. But when we talk about the report, we are talking about the report capturing the decision of the whole committee. That is what we are looking at. So please, I think the report is properly before the House, and it will be presented, and it will be taken by this House today. So please, Chairman of the committee, you may proceed to do so now.
Report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency the President's nominations for appointments as Justices of the Supreme Court of Ghana.
Honorable members, the report of the Appointments Committee has been presented to the House. It's now for distribution to all members of Parliament. Yes, any other business?
Mr. Speaker, we will take motion number 11, which is, it's not a motion, Mr. Speaker. Item 11, which is presentation and first reading of bills and some communication from the Minister for the Interior. Item 11, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, item 11, presentation and first reading of bills, public holidays and commemorative days amendment bill 2025. Minister for Interior.
An act to amend the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Act 2001, Act 601, to provide for Shark Day and the first day of July as statutory public holidays and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Bill 2025 has been presented to the House and referred to the Committee on Interior, and I will add Defense and the leadership of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs. They are already part of this. Yes, Committee on Defense and Interior with leadership of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs. Yes, I can see the Minister on his feet. Majority Leader, let me listen to the Minister first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had indicated to your good servant, the leadership, that this was to be taken under certificate of urgency. And I thought that when the leader was sorting the permission for me to lay, he would have indicated or given me the opportunity to do so. So I wanted to draw your attention that this was an urgent bill that needed to go to certificate of urgency through all the stages today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You may need to convince us why it's an urgent bill.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader, what is it on? Just a minute, just a minute. Yes, let me listen to him, whatever it is. Let's listen. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the application was made and the paper was duly laid. The referral was made to a committee that brought a closure to that application. Mr. Speaker, the minister now gets to his feet to direct government business and to make a suggestion that the leader of government business should have proceeded in a certain manner He is one person who has been talking about rules, that we should be guided by our rules. Mr. Speaker, he got up to now attempt to direct affairs without reference to any rules. Mr. Speaker, they are against certain precedents being set. If there is a new precedent that after a paper has been laid, the minister can now come through back door to make an application that the leader of government business should have incorporated certain things in his application, and that was not done, so he is now moving it. Mr. Speaker, let that precedent become part of this house, because Mr. Speaker, this is a minister who is on record to have insisted on the rules. Mr. Speaker, he must comply with the very rules that he insists must be complied with.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the rules are very clear that bills presented to this House must be gazetted. When the bill is not gazetted and it is presented to this House, it is clear indication that it is coming as an urgent bill. It is. The rules are clear. The rules are clear. Mr. Speaker, let me read the standing orders. Let me read the standing orders. Let me read the standing orders. Let me read the standing orders, Mr. Speaker. Let me read the standing orders. Order 159. Presentation of bills and gazette notification. Subject to the Constitution and except as provided for in Order 160 and 162, a bill shall not be introduced in the House unless the bill has been published in the Gazette at least 14 days before the date of the introduction of the bill. Then 160 says that the sponsor may submit a bill to Parliament without publication in the Gazette where the sponsor of the bill considers the bill to be of an urgent nature. To the extent that he has not published it in the Gazette, he intends that it comes as a bill which is of an urgent nature. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, our rules provide for any person laying a paper after the paper has been laid to then make a statement explaining. And that was what I was expecting, that after he had laid the bill, then he will now mention that it is of an urgent nature because it has not been gazetted. Then we will now refer it to the committee. Mr. Speaker, the reason why, the fact that it has been referred to a committee doesn't mean that the committee is not supposed to exercise its responsibilities under Order 160. The committee, in considering it, will also have to come provide an explanation why it is urgent. But Mr. Speaker asks a question. Why is it urgent? It is urgent because it is meant to regulate public holidays. And we have a public holiday coming in a few days' time, Mr. Speaker. In a few days' time. In a few days' time, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we need to have this bill taken under a certificate of urgency so that the law can be in place for us to be able to enforce the public holiday which is coming in a few days' time, Mr. Speaker. So I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to refer it to a committee under Order 160 so that it will come up with a report and then we'll take it under a certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, those are my submissions.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader attempted to conclude that by the bill not being gazetted and before us is deemed to be of agent nature. Mr. Speaker, even if you are presenting a bill under certificate of agency, if you read our standing order 163, Mr. Speaker, it states that where the committee determined that the bill is of agent nature, the committee shall inform the House. Mr. Speaker, this implies that the committee can determine that the bill is not of agent nature. The committee can determine that. Mr. Speaker, I don't know. The minister responsible for communication, Mr. Speaker, my point here is that the committee can determine that the bill is not of agent nature. So for that matter, he cannot conclude for us to attempt reading the minds of the minister responsible for interior. The whole thing has been laid. There was no indication of Mr. Speaker, when the bill was being laid, there was no indication that it was under certificate of agency. And for that matter, the referral has been made, and it is not of any agent nature. So it is not under any certificate of agency because it has not been made to us. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they have not even engaged the minority side with regards to this. So under what basis are you saying that it's a certificate of agency? So, Mr. Speaker, nobody has been engaged from our side. We are just hearing it the first time. There's no engagement, Mr. Speaker, and there was no indication that this should be taken under a certificate of agency. And where's the bill? Mr. Speaker, where's the bill? Majority Leader, where's the bill? Minister for Interior, where's the bill? Mr. Speaker, I don't understand because we don't even know the bill. So why do we take something under certificate of agency when we don't have a copy of the bill? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I don't know why there is this disagreement. The standing orders are very clear. They don't need any interpretation apart from what have been stated in very simple and clear language. 1591 says, subject to the Constitution and except as provided for in Orders 160 and 162, a bill shall not be introduced in the House unless the bill has been published in the Gazette at least 14 days before the date of the introduction of the bill. Now, 1591 refers to 160 and 162. 161 says, a sponsor may submit a bill to Parliament without publication in the Gazette, where the sponsor of the bill considers the bill to be of an urgent nature. The Speaker, that's 162, the Speaker shall refer a bill to the appropriate committee for determination of the urgency or otherwise after the presentation and first reading. 3 says, where the committee determines that the bill is of an urgent nature, the committee shall inform the House by a report. Honorable members, there is no requirement in our standing orders for the sponsor of a bill in presenting the bill to tell us anything apart from presenting the bill. When we want the person to tell us something, it is provided for in 163. 163. Particularly 163.3, which says, after the presentation of a bill, a member may ask the sponsor to offer a short explanatory statement on the bill and the sponsor shall comply. That is the only time the sponsor of a bill is called upon to say something about the bill that he has presented or she has presented. If not, what is required of the sponsor is to come and present the bill. Now, when you look at the bill, the contents on the face of it will give you an indication as to whether this is a bill of urgent nature or of no urgent nature. The committee that I refer the bill to will now take that contents and make a determination and say that this bill is not urgent and should have been gazetted. So why haven't you gazetted it? And it will mean that it's improperly before the House. Or look at the bill on the face of it and say that we think that this is an urgent bill. And we agree with the sponsor for not gazetting it and report to the House before we now allow them to go and consider the bill. So there must be first a report as to whether the bill is of an urgent nature or is any of the normal bill that we should go through the whole procedure as outlined in both the Constitution and our standing orders. So the Minister for Interior was not required by our standing orders to procedurally inform us that the bill is of urgent nature. It is clear on the face of the bill that the intention of the sponsor is for us to consider it as an urgent bill. But that decision will be decided by the House after the recommendation of the committee that the bill is referred to. So I think that the Minister of Interior has not done anything wrong. The right thing has been done, and I have accordingly referred the bill to the committee. The committee will now report to the House. And we now will await the report of the committee. Please, I think this is what our standing order expects us to do. May we proceed to any other business. Honorable Dominic Nitiwul, former Minister of Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted you to bring clarity to it again. You said it, but it looks like either I didn't get it clearly or many people did not understand it. So, from the standing orders, as you have directed, the committee first has to go and determine whether the bill is of urgent nature or not and come and report to the House. Once the House accepts that it's an urgent matter, then the committee will then go back and look at the substantive bill before they will come back. Is that the case?
Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Tamale North.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your guidance as always. I seek more guidance and I crave your indulgence. Based on the question that the Honorable Member of Parliament for Bimbla, my senior brother, asked, is it the case that the committee can also do the two considerations together and submit one report where they say to consider if it is urgent and then also consider the substantive bill and submit the report stating that they considered it urgent and that is why they are making these recommendations to the House? Is that also done? Is it possible? Thank you.
That is not the proper procedure. The decision will have to be taken as to whether the bill is of urgent nature or not before they consider the totality of the bill itself. Because there are different procedures. They could come back to say the bill is not of urgent nature and it has to be sent back to be gazetted and resubmitted. So that is not a procedure. They have to come first with the report to convince us that this bill is of urgent nature. And when we agree or the decision is taken by the House, then they go back to consider the report in its, the bill in its totality. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your guidance. I think it's the same thing I said. When you read our Standing Order 163, it's clear there. It says that where the committee determines that the bill is of urgent nature, the committee shall inform the House by a report. It's very clear in 160.
Yes, may we move on? Any other business? I've referred, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your superior guidance and ruling given in respect of this matter in the handling of an urgent bill. And your ruling is exactly what we're going to go by. On page 10, the bill has been already advertised in the order paper as though there's a prejudice that is going to be taken by urgency without recourse to the determination of the committee. And here indicates that notwithstanding the provision of Order 1721 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a bill be passed, has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 1 sitting day has elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Public Holidays and Commemorative Days Amendment Bill 2025 be moved today, even ahead of the committee meeting to make the determination, even ahead of the minister engaging the minority side who stands ready to support the minister, as we have always demonstrated. We cannot oppose such a legislation, but it is not right that the minister does not even engage our side and then goes ahead and then an urgent bill is advertised on the order paper, and as ranking member and myself, we get to hear of it for the first time. However, when engagement is done, we will support the minister to go ahead. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that superior ruling. I thank you.
Honorable members, you are bringing informal practice. Those are informal, behind the scenes consultations. They are not captured by our standing orders. And then the order paper, as you all know, is usually a guide to the business that you take in the House. So sometimes they anticipate that you may get to this stage and make provision for it. If not, it means they have to do order paper addendum. And so that one we cannot be held by the provision of this to show that they've already done something that is not allowed by law. So please, let's proceed. Committee members, please, you have to give us a report as to whether the bill is of urgent nature or not. Can we take in other business?
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
Majority Leader.
We'll take 12 or 14. Chairman, can we take 12? Can we take 12? Okay, so Mr. Speaker, we'll take item number 14.
Yes, minority leadership. We are called upon to take item number 14.
We don't have any difficulty on...
Yes, honorable members, item 14, motion. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Law and Order 2153. I would like to move the motion on behalf of the chairman of the committee.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, he hasn't said anything. He hasn't assigned any reason why the chairman is not here. And he's not the chairman of the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know whether he has the authority of the chairman to move it. He did not say anything why the chairman is not here, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I did refer to Order 2153. For the information of the House, let me read. A motion shall be moved by the chairperson or any other member of the committee upon presentation of the report to the House for consideration and adoption or otherwise of the report. So I don't need to explain where the chairman is. I am a vice chair of the committee, and it's my place to move the motion. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair, you are right. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, motion captured as Mr. Speaker.
Vice Chairman, I'm Speaker. I'm not Chairman.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Motion numbered as item 14 at today's order paper at page 6 be moved today. Thank you very much.
I heard you say the motion be moved today. And you said thank you so much. You haven't moved it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move motion number 14, respectfully.
Yes, any seconder.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. It's a procedural motion, so I put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Please, you may proceed to the substantive motion. That is item 15.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adopt the report of the Finance Committee on the annual report on the correctional utilization of the African Union import levy for the 2024 fiscal year. Whilst I present your committee's report, I call on the Answer Department to capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I read some portions of it and get to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, referring to your committee's report at page 5, table 2, correctional utilization of levy for 2024 full year. Mr. Speaker, balance brought forward from 2023 stood at 192,548,740 Ghana cedis, 27 pesos. The total collections for 2024 stood at 297,417,875 Ghana cedis. Total inflows for the year amounted to 489,966,615 Ghana cedis, 27 pesos. By the end of 2024, Mr. Speaker, payments of assessed contributions stood at 75,711,350 Ghana cedis, 85 pesos. Mr. Speaker, by the end of the year, other payments in relation to the economic political diplomacy stood at 31,212,588 Ghana cedis, 59 pesos. Transfers to Treasury main account amounted to 266,873,128 Ghana cedis, 56 pesos. So by the end of the day, the total utilization stood at 373,760,000 797,078 Ghana cedis. So by the end of 2024, an amount of 116,169,537 Ghana cedis, 27%, was transferred into the account. That was the balance outstanding. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report on the annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union import levy for the 2024 fiscal year. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, there being no consideration, I'll take it that members are convinced, and so I proceed to put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of motion numbered 15 on the order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, any more?
Mr. Speaker, we'll take 16, item 16.
Yes. Any contrary view?
Mr. Speaker, we have no objection to it.
Honorable members, motion numbered 16 on the order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion numbered item 16, captured at today's order paper at page 7, be moved today. I respectfully move it, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. I recognize it's a procedural motion, and I'll proceed to put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. We may proceed to the substantive motion, numbered 1717.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm taking the motion number 17 at today's order paper at page 7. Whilst I present your committee's report, I call on the Hazard Department to capture the entire report as having been read, whilst I tease out some serious points from the report. Mr. Speaker, referring to page 2 of the report, the last paragraph, an official creditor committee, OCC, co-chaired by China, France, was established on 12 May 2023 to determine the parameters for the restructuring of Ghana's official bilateral debt, which amounted to 5.1 billion. The establishment of the OCC paved the way for the approvals of Ghana's engagement under the Extended Credit Facility Program by the IMF Executive Board. Turning to page 6 of the report, the second paragraph, the Deputy Minister for Finance informed the committee that under the common framework, Ghana was eligible to apply for bilateral debt restructuring arrangement to restructure its debt obligations to its bilateral creditors. He said the government had since applied and the OCC had approved indicative terms to enable government to negotiate with the participating countries a debt service obligation of an amount of $2.8 billion from December 2022 and ending December 2026, by which time the IMF program would have come to an end. He informed the committee that the indicated terms will not alter the existing financial conditions of bilateral loan agreement that have already received parliamentary approval and fall due after December 2026. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker. After careful consideration, the committee noted that the debt restructuring was critical in supporting government to restore and sustain macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I rise to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, this motion talks about the Joint Committee report of the Finance Committee, Economy and Development, and the Budget Committee. Mr. Speaker, this motion is requesting the House to approve the indicative terms of bilateral debt restructuring between the government of Ghana and the respective participating creditor countries of the official creditor committee. Mr. Speaker, they number up to 25 countries. Mr. Speaker, this indicative term is to reschedule a payment plan of some of our debt stock to the mentioned countries. The plan is between 31st December 2022 to 31st December 2026, which we shall pay within this time. But Mr. Speaker, we are rescheduling the payment to be paid between 2039 to 2043. Mr. Speaker, this is a deferred payment of some of our debt stock. Mr. Speaker, the motive is that this will bring a financial relief and create fiscal space for our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It's for the consideration of the House. Yes, Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the adoption of the Committee of Finance report on the indicative debt restructuring terms between the Republic of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance and participating creditor countries. Mr. Speaker, this report reveals the whole that the President Mahama administration in terms of economic management and governance inherited from the previous administration. A debt restructuring which has limited the power of the government of Ghana even to borrow. And Mr. Speaker, there are three types of debt. Those that we owe bilateral, those that are multilateral, and those that are commercial. Mr. Speaker, because of this debt restructuring, which is part of the ECF, the government of Ghana, under the previous administration again, agreed with the IMF. Ghana is constrained from borrowing or accessing credit in the international capital market. For this year, Ghana can only do $250 million US. Into 2026, $500 million US. And into 2027, when we are out of the IMF, some $1.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, and I hope that our colleagues, this is what the Ken Ofori-Atta economists led Ghana to. Mr. Speaker, if you take 2.8 billion and you want to understand what John Dramani Mahama and his Minister of Finance, Kasla Tuforsen, have done, 2.8 billion at an exchange rate of 16 cedis would have given you some 44.8 billion. Today, the same amount at 10.3 or 4 cedis is 28 billion. This is how much prudent, disciplined economic management can do. When we adopt this. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance is doing good. He needs the support of this House. But for developments in Iran and Israel, government, you may reference you made reference to external factors. Look at your budget of 2022, 2023. You said external rigidities. Honorable Opon Nkrumah, remember, I have recording of your debate here. You made reference to external factors and external rigidities. Remind your leadership. So, Mr. Speaker, I speak in favor of the adoption of the report and to remind that if government takes prudent decisions that stabilizes the city, we can make enormous savings, because how much cities you need to service debts at 2.8 billion yesterday will not be the same amount today, even though the amount is still $2.8 billion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, former Minister of Communications, or the information. Oh, you went to Works and Housing. No. I was at Water Resources, Works and Housing. Is at a subset. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I rise to speak in support of the motion that this report be adopted by this House, except to point out two things to our colleagues on the government benches. You cannot approbate and reprobate. When the finance minister took office, the Honorable Ato Forson, one of the first things he did was to issue a statement that the debt restructuring program was being completed on his watch, and there was a lot of applause from the MPP side and the NDC side that the program that had been started, he was concluding. Yet, whenever it suits our colleagues on the other side, they want to wish all of it away as though it is not a program that they are participating in. Just a few days ago, Fitch Ratings upgraded the Ghanaian economy. And if you listen to the commentary from our colleagues on the other side, they were at length to seek to appropriate credit that the new administration was the reason for which the ratings had been upgraded. I have a copy of the statement from Fitch here. Out of the 10 reasons that were given by Fitch, about 7 of them squarely had to do with the debt restructuring program. So when it suits you in one breath, you want to take credit for the work that has been done to bring the economy to a particular point. When it suits you, then you want to turn around and pretend that nothing good has been done in that area. Mr. Speaker, the second point, the Honorable Minister for Education, my respected senior, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, a few minutes ago was alluding to the fact that we had talked about external factors impacting the Ghanaian economy. Yes, indeed, we did so. But you will recall that a few days ago, the President of the Republic, His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama, was talking about the fact that the difficulties currently going on between Iran and Israel had the likelihood of affecting the economy that you are running. In fact, you yourself, a few minutes ago, you caught your tongue because you were just on the verge of admitting that external factors have an impact on the Ghanaian economy. And so, Mr. Speaker, what has changed? Yes, Ghana has had to go through a debt restructuring program, part of which this House is today approving. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not all as a consequence of economic management domestically. As is being admitted, it is partly, and in this case mostly, as a result of the external factors that had an impact on the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to caution our colleagues on the other side. When it comes to debt, those days when we were on the government benches, we kept telling them that your debt stock can change when you haven't borrowed as a result of how the exchange rate is performing. And in those days when we say it, they will be mocking and laughing that it's not true. A few days ago, the President of the Republic was saying that debt stock is reduced by about 150 million. Yeah. Why? Have you paid down those debts? It's because the exchange rate has performed a particular way, and the reasons for the performance are well known. And so, Mr. Speaker, we all support the report that is before the House. But I want to encourage my colleagues that this path of always seeking to approbate and reprobate, stop it. And now that you are in charge, take full responsibility for the pluses and the minuses that come together. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
the Honorable Minister of State in charge of government communication.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make this brief contribution. Mr. Speaker, no one on our side and in government has approbated and reprobated. Mr. Speaker, there are facts that we cannot run away from. The domestic debt exchange program, or if you like, the restructuring program, is far and away the harshest economic policy ever implemented in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the consequence of that was that a staggering 1.3 million Ghanaians were told overnight that the proceeds of bonds that they had bought in the hope that they were securing, I beg your pardon, their future and existence were not going to be paid for some time. And even if it was going to be paid, it was going to be paid at a rate much lower than what they agreed when they were buying the bonds. And that the tenor that they were given was going to be extended by significant years. Mr. Speaker, many of those who were affected this way were in the Ghanaian middle class. Overnight, they slammed into penury and they were gnashing their teeth. Mr. Speaker, the most important point, however, is that this was self-inflicted. The mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy began no sooner than when the MPP took over power in 2017. Mr. Speaker, by 2019, or if you like 2018, it had become apparent that they were mismanaging the economy. And you could tell so from the budget deficit, which gives an indication of whether there is prudence or there is mismanagement. By 2018, the budget deficits that they inherited had started going up. For 3 consecutive years, between 2018 and 2020, their budget deficit was higher than what they inherited. Mr. Speaker, by 2020, they thought that it was more prudent to borrow and spend money that we didn't have in order to win elections. By 2021, their sins had caught up with them, and we were heading for a crash. By the time they adopted the DDEP, Mr. Speaker, they had absolutely no option, because that was the only way that the IMF would touch us with a long pole. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, and finally, before I sit, Mr. Speaker, it is Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, who they touted as the best economist this side of the Sahara, who told us that the exchange rate is the biggest indicator of economic prudence. This was in the same lecture where he said the exchange rate will expose you if the fundamentals are weak. It is the duty of government to manage the exchange rate. So if you mismanage it and your currency crashes, and by that reason your debt balloons, it is your responsibility. You have incurred debt. The reverse has happened. We have managed the exchange rate well. So because of that, we have saved 150 billion Ghana cedis of our debt through enhanced foreign exchange liquidity. Mr. Speaker, between January and this month, close to $4 billion has accrued to this economy through gold exports. That is because now 80% of all small-scale gold that is mined in Ghana must be ceded to a government agency called the Gold Board, previously called the PMMC. That is what has enhanced forex liquidity on the market, because our exchange rate regime is defined by the same principles that we know to be demand and supply. There is adequate foreign exchange on the market. That is why the cedi is strong. So it was their fault that they incurred the debt. And we have done good by reducing the debt through prudent foreign exchange management. So, Mr. Speaker, we have not appropriated, we have not reprobated. We have simply stated the facts when we say that the DDEP was their own doing. Nobody put a gun to their head to mismanage the Ghanaian economy. But what we can assure everybody in Ghana is that we will not tread the same paths that they worked on. We will learn lessons from what they have done. And we will manage this economy such that the gains that have been made will be sustained over the medium to long term. And finally, Mr. Speaker, nobody has said that global factors don't have an effect on an economy. They do. Since time immemorial, we all know that crude oil price increase on the world market affects the price at the pump. But it was not crude oil prices that resulted in the depreciation of the cedi. It was not crude oil prices that resulted in the DDEP. It was not crude oil prices that resulted in the humongous debt that led to the DDEP. Even as there is global crisis now, fuel price at the pump has reduced 8 times since the beginning of this year under this government. These are facts. So, Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side should be mandate. Let them take responsibility for their mismanagement. I thank you very much.
Yes, honorable members, I put the question. Honorable members, those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. We'll now move to the resolution. Or Majority Leader, you want us to consider something else?
No, Mr. Speaker. The minister is not here, so we want to crave your indulgence for the Minister for Interior to take item 18, the resolution.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader always boasts that he has his ministers. Where is the Finance Minister? And where is the Deputy Finance Minister? This resolution is very important. And Mr. Speaker, we need the Finance Minister or the Deputy Minister responsible for finance. None of them are in the chamber, and they are both members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we should allow the minister responsible for Interior to take this resolution. If it is as important as it is, then we should be able to get the minister responsible for finance or his deputy to take the resolution in question. So, Mr. Speaker, decline his application to allow the minister responsible for Interior to do that. He did not even consult anybody. But, Mr. Speaker, I just think that you shouldn't grant his request. Mr. Speaker, the ministers are in the chamber today, just like the minister in charge of government communication. They are here to vote on the judges. That's the reason why they are here. There's no releases, nothing. That is why they are in the chamber today, to vote for the judges. So, Mr. Speaker, the finance minister is not here, his deputy is not here, and for that matter, we should not take that resolution. The resolution cannot be... Mr. Speaker, if monies are not released to ministers to pay contractors, how can that amount to good, prudent management of the economy? How can artificial rates of dollar to the cedi be Mr. Speaker, 6 months? In 2017, they have forgotten about the fact that in 2017, when we took over, we had announced that we had arrested the dollar. We had announced 6 months, exactly that time, we had announced it. But now, even 24-hour economy, there is zero, nothing. 24-hour economy, Amutu, where is your finance minister? Where is your deputy finance minister? Mr. Speaker, rule him out. Don't let the minister take the resolution.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Whip, you are now combining your debate on the motion with your objection to the minister taking the resolution. I think he just wanted a bite, and he's got it. Yes, so Minister for Communication.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you know we are all your sons, but like every father, there are sons that disappoint you. And listening to the
Deputy Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, Chief Whip, Mr. Speaker, he was asking the whereabouts of the Finance Minister and his deputy. Mr. Speaker, those are two of your most prestigious sons who are cleaning the mess that was created, the financial mess that was created by their side. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, it is important that they know that some of your sons are making you proud. While some of your sons, when they speak, Mr. Speaker, you shake your head in disdain. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, may we move to item 18 on the order paper. I grant the leave for the Minister for Interior to take that item, resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move resolution item number 18 on pages 7 and 8 be moved today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I so move this.
Yes. Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion for us to adopt resolution numbered 18 on the order paper, moved and seconded, is for the consideration of the House. It being just a resolution, I'll put the question. Those in favor of the resolution say aye. Those against the resolution say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly adopted. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the report of the Appointments Committee, the 15th report, has been electronically distributed to all members. So I crave your indulgence if we can take item number 12.
I didn't complete my statement when you stood up, so I thought you were going to say something on that. Let me now say that by the adoption of the resolution, this House has approved the indicative debt restructuring terms between the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Minister of Finance, and the participating creditor countries of the Official Creditor Committee, Austria, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, China, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, India, Israel, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, Norway, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. Yes. I will now refer to the submission of the Majority Leader that the report has been electronically transmitted to all members, and his request is for us to take it now. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader made an application for leave to enable this House proceed with motion number 12. Mr. Speaker, per the rules of this House, this procedural motion can be moved to address an urgent matter that requires our decision. That is why, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the text of the motion, it says, notwithstanding Order 1041, which requires that motion should not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. Mr. Speaker, you asked some questions. When did the appointment committee finish its work? We finished our work Friday afternoon. This morning, around 11:30, the chair of the committee called members into a meeting at his conference room for us to deliberate. Mr. Speaker, we concluded on the report, and although this side of the House is dissatisfied with your earlier ruling, we have yielded, which ruling has made the report, has made it possible for him to lay the report, and same has been laid. Mr. Speaker, what is the urgency requiring this procedural motion to be moved? At the hearing, the nominees indicated that the current bench is made up of 13. If you even take the Chief Justice who has been suspended out, we have 12. Mr. Speaker, what matter has suddenly arisen, thereby giving rise for the majority leader to push that the report that has just been laid, instead of it going through the normal requirement of 2 sitting days, we should move it today? Is it the case that we do not have sufficient number at the Supreme Court to be empaneled to determine any constitutional issue? Mr. Speaker, this House must be careful in certain precedents it may be setting. We believe that this application is being made in bad faith. There is no such urgent need for us to suspend our rules to allow for the moving of this motion for the adoption of the report. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to believe that there may be something that I don't know. Mr. Speaker, only yesterday, our friends argued that there was no need to rush. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the majority leader is on record to have said that even the nomination of 2 justices to the Supreme Court at the time when some were being expected to retire was too early in the day because the people had not retired. So why was Akufo-Addo's government in a rush? Mr. Speaker, today, we are in June. The bench is about going on legal vacation. We know that there is sufficient number of judges at the Supreme Court now to make determinations. Mr. Speaker, the majority is pushing its luck rather too far. Mr. Speaker, it is the interest of democracy to allow this motion to go through the normal process. Mr. Speaker, we have 137-page report. Mr. Speaker, it is just being distributed. I do not think that even on the majority side, all of them have received copies. Mr. Speaker, and even if they have received, I'm not sure all of them have read it. Mr. Speaker, you have been part of this House since 1993. This is a dangerous precedent. This is a dangerous precedent. And it is a reason why they are whipping their ministers to come into the chamber when they are supposed to discharge their ministerial functions. Mr. Speaker, government is not treating the releases to ministries as an urgent matter, but is in a hurry to pack the courts. Mr. Speaker, a moment ago, we were looking for the finance minister and his deputy. We couldn't find them. Another minister had to move a motion in their stead. Can any government minister tell me now that since we approved the 2025 budget, the releases have been made to their ministry? Can any of them say on record, you have become redundant in your ministries? These matters you are not treating urgent, and then judges that instead of we allowing the report to be read, 2 days, today is Tuesday, you have today, you have tomorrow, then you can move it on Thursday. That is within the rules. Why are you in a rush? Why are you in a rush? Mr. Speaker, I would pray you that don't be inclined into granting this request by the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, direct the majority leader to the rules so that we thoroughly read the reports before considering same. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Honorable members, the submission of the minority leader has followed precedent, and this precedent was established in the national interest, so he has just followed that precedent. The motion that is being sought to move is also to follow precedent, which was established in the first parliament, followed in the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and we are now in the ninth parliament. And it has all been done in the national interest. So half of presidents in the national interest will continue to follow them. That is the ruling I'm giving in this matter. And Order 217, particularly Sub-Rule 11, is very clear. It says the committee shall report to Parliament within 3 days. Within 3 days. After the conclusion of proceedings of the committee when Parliament is sitting. And so the report has been presented to the House within 3 days. That is what our rules say. And I believe that it's proper for us to take it. And so I will grant the permission for the motion to be moved, and then we can move on to the substantive matter. So please, Chair, you may move the motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to move the motion numbered 12 at page 6 of today's order paper, that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the adoption of the 15th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Justices of the Supreme Court of Ghana may be moved today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Any seconder? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded. It's a procedural motion, so I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We now move to the substantive motion, item 1.3 on the order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to move the motion number 13 at page 6 of today's order paper, that this Honorable House adopt the 15th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Justices of the Supreme Court of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, in doing so, I present the Appointment Committee's report. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee following your referral on 20th day of May 2025, and after following and complying with the requirement of the law, vetted the law, particularly Standing Order 217 and Article 144, proceeded to vet all the 7 judges. And it is after vetting that the committee's report is being presented for adoption by the House. I first of all urge the entire House to unanimously adopt the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I also urge on the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read, as I touch on some salient questions that the judges responded to, and then read the conclusion of the report. The Speaker, starting from questions posed to Justice Senyo Jamapwe, he was asked his view on the doctrine of separation of powers, which he answered eloquently. He was also asked the innovations that would improve on justice delivery in Ghana. Another question is about the independence of the judiciary and suppressing of investigative journalism to protect the dignity of the judiciary. The image of the judiciary was also asked on the rule of constitutional interpretation applied by the nominee. Was also asked the importance of cybersecurity in Ghana's legal education. Another question was reintroduction of the public tribunal system. There was also a question on asset declaration by the judges, deportation of foreign illegal minors, gender parity in the judiciary, extension of retirement age of Supreme Court judges, maintaining judicial ethics, view on spousal property, conflict between foreign and domestic investment laws, modernization of legal education, establishment of Northern Bench, the nexus between the rule of law and economic development, views on justice delay is justice denied, significant judgment of the nominee, reform in legal education, and then the 2015 World Cup, among others, judicial transparency, ECOWAS court issues, issues of democratic theory and constitutional purposes, building trust in the judicial system, judicial ethics, the agency of accountability, among others, were asked. The Speaker, at the end of the day, the recommendation of the committee on him was by a majority decision. As our friends from the minority have voted, all voted against the nominee. The Speaker, the next nominee is Justice Sir Dennis. The Speaker, I must commend him about the scholarly manner in which he lectured the committee. Questions were posed to him about the limited access to legal education in Ghana, diminishing trust in the judiciary, abolition of the death sentence, establishment of separate constitutional courts, human dignity and criminal justice, challenging parliamentary decisions in courts, contribution to children's rights and gender equality, criminalizing child marriage and witchcraft accusations, ensuring gender parity in the judiciary, environmental protection, constitutional amendment, automation of courts, judicial dress code in Ghana's courts, tax obligations, nominees' honorary position, nominees' legal education and qualifications, retirement age for Supreme Court judges, the nominees' view on judicial precedent and legal interpretation, functions of the Judicial Council in appointment of Supreme Court justices under Article 1442. Mr. Speaker, several questions were posed to him, and eloquently he provided the answer. Right Honorable Speaker, third in line is Justice Simon Suribari. Questions were also posed to him on the bribery and corruption in the judiciary, investigative journalism in exposing corruptions, proposal for consideration by the Constitutional Review Commission, extension of the retirement age of the Supreme Court judges, partisanship of the composition of the Supreme Court, public disclosure of assets by judges, balancing cultural norms with international regulations, particularly LGBTQ+, achieving gender equity in the judiciary, efforts to empower the youth to pursue legal education, key principles on compensation of victims, establishment of an independent judicial commission, inadequate number of judges in the northern part of Ghana, the reintroduction of the public tribunal system, capping of the number of justices of the Supreme Court, tagging of the judiciary. The Speaker, among others, were posed to the judge nominee. He has also delivered very eloquently. The Speaker, once the Hansard Department will capture the entire report, let me stop by stating the questions posed to Brad Philip. Let me conclude by mentioning the questions posed to Justice Philip Bright Mensah. The first question posed to him was judicial threats, sufficient power in protecting judicial independence, optimum number of the Supreme Court judges, premium placed on judicial service, gun ownership in Ghana, doctrine of separation of powers, recommending judicial reforms, curbing the menace of galamsey, professional obstacles as a judge, among others. Mr. Speaker, the Hansard Department should capture the rest, and I'll proceed to read the recommendations and the conclusion of the House. The committee recommends to the House, by majority decision, Mr. Speaker, let me just go straight to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee, acting in accordance with the provisions of Article 1442 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Standing Order 217 of the House, duly examined the 7 nominees submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment to the Supreme Court of Ghana. Upon careful deliberations, the committee knows that all the nominees demonstrated outstanding competence, deep knowledge of the law, and a firm grasp of the judicial ethics. They addressed questions posed by the committee with professionalism, clarity, and intellectual rigor, reflecting their capacity to uphold the independence, integrity, and dignity of the highest court of the land, the Supreme Court for that matter. The committee is satisfied that the nominees possesses the requisite qualifications, judicial temperament, and commitment to constitutional values expected of justices of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, all members of the New Patriotic Party minority were opposed to and voted against all the 7 nominees, the justices of the Supreme Court, on the grounds that, 1, the appointment of 7 new justices was inconsistent with the suspension of the Chief Justice, stating that it was not about filling vacancies, but reshaping the constitutional order. As to how this has got to do with the vetting, your guess is as good as mine. Right Honorable Speaker, the second reason was that the Supreme Court abdicated its constitutional duty and remained silent when fundamental principles of natural justice were being violated. Mr. Speaker, the third is that the NDC had previously proposed the nomination of the 2 justices, citing judicial bloat. Hence, Mr. Speaker, the minority decision in opposing and voting against all the 7 nominees, the members of the National Democratic Congress majority, however, voted in favor of all the nominees. The committee therefore recommends to the House by majority decision the adoption of this report and the approval of Justice Senyo Jamepe, Justice Sir Dennis Dominic Adjei, Justice B.L. Simon Suribari, Justice Philip Bright Mensah, Justice Gina Pare Ejua Batescujo, Justice Hafizata Amaliboba, Justice Kweku Tewia Akabofo. The committee respectfully submits this report for the consideration and approval of the House. Right Honorable Speaker, I so submit.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to reluctantly support the motion. Mr. Speaker, and I would want to second the motion and speak on the point that the minority would want to put across. Mr. Speaker, in seconding the motion, I wouldn't want to go far, but to go to the conclusion of the report. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would want to read the last but one page. The committee, acting in accordance with the provisions of Article 1442 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Order 217 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, duly examined the 7 nominees submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment to the Supreme Court of Ghana. Upon careful deliberation, the committee notes that all the nominees demonstrated outstanding competence, deep knowledge of the law, and a firm grasp of judicial ethics. They addressed questions posed by the committee with professionalism, clarity, and intellectual rigor, reflecting their capacity to uphold the independence, integrity, and dignity of the highest court of the order. The committee is satisfied that the nominees possess the requisite qualifications, judicial temperament, and commitment to constitutional values expected of justices of the Supreme Court. In conclusion, all members of the New Patriotic Party minority were opposed to and voted against the nomination of the justices on the following grounds. Mr. Speaker, the first ground is that the appointment of 7 new justices was inconsistent with the suspension of the Chief Justice, stating that it was not about filling vacancies, but reshaping the constitutional order. Mr. Speaker, in this country, and this is important because we as a house, we must develop the jurisprudence of this country. Never in life, Mr. Speaker, ever since I have witnessed that we have had 14 justices of the Supreme Court. This House, Mr. Speaker, and during President Akufo-Addo's era, there were 14 justices of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, some of them left and they were replaced. His Excellency President Akufo-Addo left office with 14 justices. Mr. Speaker, at the last minute, there were 2 justices that were supposed to be promoted to the Supreme Court. Our friends on the other side stood up and said that the 2 justices that were being added were changing Ghana and that we were boosting the Supreme Court and that they opposed that. Here we are, Mr. Speaker. As I have said, it is not that the justices are not incompetent. We have no doubt about their confidence. But Mr. Speaker, if 2 is flouting the courts, this is the first time we are having 7 justices at a time. And 7 justices at a time, if you have 13 and we add 7, that will make 20. Mr. Speaker, are we redrafting the jurisprudence of this country or the laws of this country? Even though there are laws, and Mr. Speaker, we have never had a ceiling of the Supreme Court judges. But Mr. Speaker, if at this time we don't have any question about raising the judiciary, the bar, the ceiling to 20 and more, then Mr. Speaker, it's about time that we redraft this in the Constitution. This is why we oppose to that. That if the other side can oppose to 2 being added to the judiciary, the Supreme Court, then 7 must not be allowed. Or else, even if the current Chief Justice is not part of it, then we would have 19, Mr. Speaker. This is unprecedented. It has never happened in the country of this country. This is our point, and this must not be allowed. I would not be surprised if tomorrow the other side would come with a proposal and flood the courts to a number that we cannot mention. To the extent that they have reached 20, now they can go to the extent of raising up to 30. So on this basis, Mr. Speaker, even though we have recognized what the judiciary, these special judges that have been brought before this House, their performance, and I've had direct contact with some of them. For instance, said Denis Ajay, I was in the same office with him, and I know his competence. For instance, even though Sir Justice Mensah is my junior, I practiced before him when he was a circuit court judge in Kumasi. Justice Turubaru, Mr. Speaker, was the first judge that I ever visited and did my first case before him at a court around Bekwai area court, Huntado court. So we don't doubt their competence. But Mr. Speaker, a precedent is being set, and this is dangerous for the nation. And that is why we oppose to this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the proposal is that the minority has agreed that the leader will take the time yielded by the rest to submit for and on behalf of the minority caucus. On the majority side, my instruction is to allow 2 plus the majority leader. So the proposal is for the 2 from the majority to make their submissions, then the minority leader can then come in, and then we end it with the majority leader. That is the instructions I've been given. I want to hear from your side whether you are also ceding to the majority leader or you want to take your bite before the majority leader. Then we know what to do. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the arrangement is that the 2 will speak, then...
No. Talk about your side. I've already stated what they told me. The rest have ceded their time to the minority leader.
Yes.
So they are not going to speak again.
Yes.
It's now left with your side.
Yes.
Would you want the 2 still to speak before you, or you want...
No. So the 2 will speak, then he will speak, then I will speak last.
That's what I said.
Yes. So they should go ahead.
So we'll take the 2 from your side.
Yes.
Then he will now come in, then you will end up.
That is so.
Yes, that was what I put across. Yes, so who are the 2? Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion ably moved by the First Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Appointments Committee that this House approve the nomination of 7 justices of the Supreme Court of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I just listened to my senior at the bar, who espoused and made reference to the Constitution and what the Honorable Anyimedu on what he considers best practice. Mr. Speaker, the question this House, guided by you, is to ask is 1. Is the President of Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama, legitimately and lawfully and constitutionally respecting the tenets of the Constitution? Yes, he has, and yes, he does. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you with respect to Article 1442. 1442. So President John Dramani Mahama is not doing anything than respecting the Constitution of Ghana, which in Honorable Afenyo's words and by his learning and training, the group norm of the Republic is the Constitution of Ghana. It reads, the Chief Justice shall be appointed by the President acting in consultation with the Council of State and with the approval of Parliament, not my interest. But Mr. Speaker, Article 1442, the other Supreme Court justices shall be appointed by the President acting on the advice of the Judicial Council. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama received lawful, legitimate advice from the Judicial Council on the appointments of the 7 justices. In consultation with the Council of State, yes, there's been consultation with the Council of State before the President remitted the appointment letter. And then finally, with the approval of Parliament. This is what we are coming to do, Mr. Speaker. Parliament is coming to approve the nomination. So, Mr. Speaker, I speak in favor of the motion. And again, with respect, Mr. Speaker, I want to address the question raised by the Honorable Anyimedu. I may again, Mr. Speaker, refer you to Article 128. 128. Mr. Speaker, maybe you are now arguing today. 10 years back, it's always been my view that there should be a capping and ceiling of the number of Supreme Court judges. I even made a paper for CDD with Justice Pega then. But Mr. Speaker, what does the Constitution say today? President Mahama is not operating with an anticipated Constitution in the future. He is operating with the 1992 Republican Constitution, not a future Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, if the argument by the Honorable Anyimedu and many of our colleagues is that seek an amendment to Article 128, that we have heard you, and that we all should resolve, must attract the attention of the Constitutional Review Committee, so that the Constitutional Review Committee in its work will consider providing for a capping, so that this question of whether 17, 19, 20, as he argued. But Mr. Speaker, Article 128 is crystal clear. It reads, and I quote for the record, the Supreme Court shall be due, 1281, the Supreme Court shall consist of the Chief Justice and not less than 9 other justices of the Supreme Court. Not less than 9. Not less than 9, mathematically, you did arithmetic. It means it can be more than 9. And 19 is more than 9. 20 is more than 9. Even 21 is more than 9. Judicial mathematics. Mr. Speaker, that is not to say I'm departing from a generally held view, which is my own view, that we should provide for a cap of a maximum of Supreme Court judges. But Mr. Speaker, until we review the Constitution, make fundamental changes to Article 128, the President is bound to respect the 1992 Constitution and its provisions. In any case, when you kept appointing justices of the Supreme Court, did you ever respect when the Ghanaian people said that lower, provide for a threshold? Today, because you are sitting opposite, you want to obstruct the right of President Mahama to appoint justices of the Supreme Court. Then, Mr. Speaker, finally, in the whole northern Ghana, Mr. Speaker, if there is a matter pending at the appeals court, they are compelled to travel to Kumasi and sometimes to Accra in search for justice. That should not be the case. That should not be the case. So not just the Supreme Court, even expansion of the Court of Appeal to the Upper West region, to the Upper East region, to the Northern region must necessarily occupy our attention. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, one of the justices talked about demystifying legal education and expanding legal education. Mr. Speaker, even into next year, we will invite this House to make allocation for the expansion of the School of Law, supported by GET Fund. A request has been received by government through Professor Raymond Atubga of the Faculty of Law. And government is giving it good attention so that into next year we expand it, so that we train more lawyers. Mr. Speaker, with these comments, I beg to support the motion that this House approve the nomination of those justices of the Supreme Court, because the President has only done what is lawful within the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and what is within his mandate as President of the Republic to appoint justices on the advice of the Judicial Council and to go through the process of the Appointments Committee. Mr. Speaker, even finally, we are talking about asset declaration, and you are asking people, I've seen even arguments that members of parliament, ministers should declare their assets publicly. Yes, if you want to do so, it's the right thing to do, but amend the Constitution. If you don't amend the Constitution as it is provides for the form and nature of asset declaration. If you do anything outside it, that's not acceptable. But to deepen transparency and to ensure that incomes that are earned by public officers, whether ministers or justices, are commensurate with their income, I share the view that there should be more openness in asset declaration. But as it is now, within the Constitution, we only can go through this audit service report. With this comment, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Yes, Honorable James Agalga.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the motion to approve of the President's nominations of the 7 justices as justices of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, the eligibility criteria or the qualification for one to be appointed to the Supreme Court is stated clearly in Article 128 of the 92 Constitution. And the relevant provision, Mr. Speaker, is 128(4), which reads as follows. A person shall not be qualified for appointment as a justice of the Supreme Court unless he is of high moral character and proven integrity and is of not less than 15 years standing as a lawyer. Mr. Speaker, this is the eligibility criteria. And the committee, by a majority decision, found that the justices in question are all eligible. In fact, they are men and women of proven integrity and have met the 15 years minimum requirement at the bar. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I know most of the justices, and I will start with Justice Jamafe. Justice Jamafe has been at the Court of Appeal for 15 solid years. In fact, at the time of his nomination, he is the longest serving Court of Appeal judge. He has distinguished himself both as a judge, serving on the bench, and as one appointed by the President to serve on a commission of inquiry, which investigated the 2014 World Cup and its related issues. Mr. Speaker, said Dennis Ajay, a distinguished academic scholar, lawyer of great repute, a justice of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, is a judge whose nomination for me to serve on the Supreme Court bench was long overdue. Long overdue. Same can be said about Justice Bill Suribari. These are justices, Mr. Speaker, I have appeared before in the course of my practice as a lawyer and can corroborate the findings the committee, the Ahiafo-led committee, has made. Mr. Speaker, the minority in this House opposed the nomination of the justices to the Supreme Court, and the grounds they canvassed for so doing are captured in the statement read by the minority leader, the Honorable Afenyo Makin. And I want to read excerpts of the statement he read before the committee. Quote, "We convene while our Chief Justice sits suspended through procedurally questionable processes under Article 146 and 296. An executive that suspends one Chief Justice while installing 7 new justices is not filling vacancies. It is reshaping the constitutional order. The appearance of institutional capture is inevitable and constitutionally catastrophic. And it goes on and on and on. Mr. Speaker, this particular statement needs to be interrogated. I do not understand exactly what the minority leader meant when he sought to argue that the suspension of the Chief Justice should be the reason why justices cannot and should not be nominated to the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, he rightly cited Article 46, which article contains the relevant provisions pertaining to the removal of a Chief Justice. And the entire statement he read before the committee, Mr. Speaker, he failed to point out which rule of procedure provided for under Article 146 was breached or violated. Article 146 is very clear with respect to the removal of a Chief Justice. With your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, I would refer to the relevant provision. 146(6). It reads as follows. Where the petition is for the removal of the Chief Justice, the President shall, acting in consultation with the Council of State, appoint a committee consisting of 2 justices of the Supreme Court, one of whom shall be appointed chairman by the President, and 3 other persons who are not members of the Council of State nor members of Parliament or
Right, Honorable Speaker. Let me start by making some basic corrections of some mistakes in the report. Page 1 of the report, line 2 of the executive summary mentions 6 nominees, but there are actually 7 nominees. And that error is also repeated in page 2, line 3. So just those basic corrections. So, Speaker, mine is not to bore the House with a very lengthy statement about matters that don't border on what is before us. So, Speaker, what is before us is the approval of 7 nominees to the Supreme Court. As a House, our basic responsibility is to find out whether the President acted in accordance with the Constitution or not. That's the first fundamental responsibility of the House. So, Speaker, Mr. Speaker, at no point has it been canvassed that the President has acted unconstitutionally. So the Constitution has been complied with. So, Speaker, the second set of questions that we ask ourselves will be the competence, the capacity, and the ability of the nominees. And Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the minority leader and members of the minority side who spoke before me, and they all clearly confirm that the nominees are very, very competent. Indeed, let me repeat what the report, which they agree with, says, that upon careful deliberation, the committee notes that all the nominees demonstrated outstanding competence, deep knowledge of the law, and a firm grasp of judicial ethics. They address questions posed by the committee with professionalism, clarity, and intellectual rigor, reflecting their capacity to uphold the independence, integrity, and dignity of the highest court of the land. Mr. Speaker, this is the testimony of the committee made up of both the majority and the minority members. This part of the report is not disputed. And they add that the committee is satisfied that the nominees possess the requisite qualifications, judicial temperament, and commitment to constitutional values expected of justice of the Supreme Court. So again, the questions that the minority leader raised about whether they can uphold the independence of the Constitution, whether they can uphold the balance that is expected of the Constitution between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, whether they can do that, that is equally answered by this paragraph, which says that the committee is satisfied. That is, the committee made up of the NDC and MPP members is satisfied that the nominees possess the requisite qualifications, judicial temperament, and commitment to constitutional values expected of justice of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, on the basis of this, I don't think we should belabor the point about whether or not we should approve these nominees. They are obviously qualified, capable, competent, and will do the job. And I want to assure the minority leader that all the questions that he asked us have been answered in the report. Mr. Speaker, except to add a few things, my colleague, Honorable Agalga, has pointed out to this House that within the 8 years period, the NPP, led by President Nana Akufo-Addo, appointed 15 Supreme Court justices. 15. Appointed 48 Courts of Appeal justices. Appointed 113 High Court justices. Mr. Speaker, after making all these appointments, in the dying days of his tenure as president, he anticipated that some justices will be retiring. And in anticipation that they will be retiring, he then brought nominations to this House in order that when they retire, he will still have the numbers that he wants to have on the bench. And as a minority, we took a position that we didn't know who will become the next president after Akufo-Addo. But we believe that Akufo-Addo had had enough opportunities to fill the Supreme Court. And therefore, since it was not the case that we didn't have the minimum number to constitute a bench, he should leave the situation like that until the next president assumes office and also has an opportunity to at least appoint the two nominees that he wanted to appoint. Mr. Speaker, this really was fundamentally the basis of the objection of the minority at that time. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, the minority joined the majority at that time, and we vetted the two nominees. We voted the same way they voted today. They voted against, or they are voting against the nominees. We also voted against the nominees, and they voted for the nominees. A report was written. The report was brought to this house. The only reason why the nominations didn't go through was that he, as majority leader, failed to have the report taken in this house. Mr. Speaker, I am holding a copy of the report. Mr. Speaker, 38th report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency the President's nominations for appointment as Justice of the Supreme Court, September 2024. Mr. Speaker, the report by no less a person than the person who sits today as the Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Patricia Apiaje, who was then the Vice Chairperson of the Appointments Committee. She was the Vice Chairperson of the Appointments Committee, and she signed the report. And the report recommended that the matter should be decided by this House. And he was the majority leader. And he failed to bring the report for us to take it in this House to determine the fate of the two justices. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised and baffled that a person who had such an excellent opportunity to have the two justices, two nominees to the Supreme Court taken in this House, and who failed and refused to bring the report for us to take. Today, he sits and accuses the NDC for rejecting two nominees. We did not reject them. We voted against them at committee level, and you refused to bring the report. He failed. You failed. I'm surprised. I thought you would have glossed over that part of the history of this House, because that history is against you. Mr. Speaker, I was also of the mind that perhaps we should have fewer numbers in the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, I'm being asked today what has changed. And I was influenced by the fact that most of my constitutional jurisprudence was taught me in the United States. So I am quite attached to the character of the U.S. Supreme Court, 9 judges. Mr. Speaker, this was my considered view. And indeed, when the Appointments Committee sat, I vehemently canvassed that view. And the Honorable Apiaje was there. I vehemently canvassed that view. Mr. Speaker, until I came across a letter written by the current Chief Justice, who explained thoroughly and satisfactorily the need for us to reconsider our view on the matter. Mr. Speaker, Justice Tokono, the Chief Justice, the suspended Chief Justice, wrote a letter on the 14th of February 2024, signed the letter in her capacity as Justice Gertrude Saki Tokono, Chief Justice at that time. Mr. Speaker, it is an 11-page letter to the President, but I will confine myself to the last paragraph and read just that. Mr. Speaker, it says that it is for the above reason that the Chief Justice requests His Excellency the President to consider the appointment of an additional 5 judges to the Supreme Court to ensure the speedy resolution of cases and speedy delivery of final decisions for the nation. This should bring the current number of the Supreme Court to 20 judges. 20 judges. including the Chief Justice. This number will enable the setting of 3 undisturbed panels of 5, 2 panels of 7 or 9 judges to work on any set of cases on a given day, depending on the jurisdiction of the court being exercised in any given week, thereby reducing the specter of constantly reconstituting panels during a day sitting and its effect on pre- and post-hearing conferences. In that letter, the Chief Justice had made a very strong and compelling case why the Supreme Court should have not less than 20 judges. 20 judges. Mr. Speaker, after reading the letter, I became convinced that the court needs to have at least 20 judges. Mr. Speaker, so I'm surprised that the minority leader, who, since a petition was lodged against the suspended Chief Justice, has been a key advocate for the suspended Chief Justice, has extolled her virtues, has indicated that she is the best thing that ever happened to the jurisprudence of this country. I'm surprised that one major recommendation that she makes, that the court should be constituted by 20, we should have 20 judges, that today he's opposing her recommendation. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you will go to such high heavens to extol her, and yet one key recommendation, one key legacy that she sought to leave, which is recommending that we should have 20 Supreme Court judges, that you will be against that. I'm surprised. But I can understand. Having failed to process 2, you cannot understand why we on this side will succeed in processing 7 on one day. I can understand. Unfortunately, it has to happen. Today, we will approve 7 nominees to the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I urge colleagues to vote adopting the report. I plead with my colleagues.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This Honorable House has accordingly approved the nominations of His Excellency the President of the following persons as Justices of the Supreme Court in accordance with Article 1442 of the 1992 Constitution, respectively. Honorable members, the judges involved are Justice Senyo Jamafe, Justice Sir Dennis Dominic Ajayi, Justice Biel Simon Surbare, Justice Philip Bright Mensah, Justice Janapari Ajwa Batels Kuju, Justice Hafisata Amaliboba, and Justice Kweku Tewia Aka Boafo. Honorable members, on your behalf and on behalf of the Parliament of Ghana, I congratulate the 7 judges for the recognition, for the public hearing, and for the given by this House. These judges as justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana, of the Supreme Court of Ghana. Yes, Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I struggle to catch your eye. Mr. Speaker, I struggle to catch your eye before you put the question. Mr. Speaker, and I want to, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your, I'll just read, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll just read Article 104 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by vote of majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Mr. Speaker, I struggle to catch your eye. And Mr. Speaker, at the time you were putting the question, we were not up to 138. Mr. Speaker, we were not up to 138 to form a decision quorum. And Mr. Speaker, the decision of the voice vote, Mr. Speaker, in this respect, Mr. Speaker, however loud, it wasn't 138. Mr. Speaker, I struggle to catch your eye, but no matter how loud the yeah was, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, no matter how loud, I had done my counting, and before raising this issue, and Mr. Speaker, we were 128 up to 138 as a decision quorum. And Mr. Speaker, I invite you, Mr. Speaker, I invite you as a constitutional matter has been raised with regards to the decision that we have just taken. And I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to trigger the necessary process to satisfy Article 104 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable member, do you have your standing orders with you? Do you have your standing orders with you? Do you have? Please kindly read Order 1262. Please, may you be on your feet and read the order to the hearing of everybody. Please, honorable member, be on your feet. Read.
Mr. Speaker,
Order 1262.
Mr. Speaker, Order 162.
126.
162. Mr. Speaker, Order 1262 reads, when House, any member standing shall immediately resume the member seat. And the Speaker, oh, let me finish. Mr. Speaker, I don't know. Mr. Speaker, they are disrespecting your directives. So let me read. Mr. Speaker, 1262. Whenever the Speaker addresses the House, any member standing shall immediately resume the member seat, and the Speaker shall be heard in silence. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. This was not an address. It was a ruling.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, can you, honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
were you on your feet when I was addressing the House?
Mr. Speaker, I was on. Mr. Speaker, a majority with a lot of first-timers, that is how they behave. I can understand. Mr. Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, you were making a ruling and I needed to draw your attention to a constitutional matter. So, Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet, and if I offend the others, Mr. Speaker, I know you are our father, and certain things you guide me, but I was drawing your attention to a constitutional matter. That's why I was on your my feet. So, Mr. Speaker, if I offend you with this order, I sincerely apologize to that. But, Mr. Speaker, it was not an address. I know that you were making a ruling, and I needed to draw your attention to a constitutional matter. So I didn't take it as an address, but I sincerely apologize, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, what ruling was I making?
Mr. Speaker, the decision on the voice vote.
Is that my ruling?
Speaker, my understanding.
Your understanding of me announcing the decision of the House amounts to my ruling?
Mr. Speaker, the decision. So in your announcement, I wanted to catch your eye to draw your attention to a constitutional matter.
Yes, that they don't have 138.
And that they don't have 138. But Mr. Speaker, like I said, if I offend you, I apologize sincerely. But it was a constitutional matter that I was raising, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, don't allow yourself to be misled by any person. I'm using your own answers to ask the questions. Using your own answers to ask the questions. So don't be misled by any person. I want to advise that in many of these situations, please don't react, respond. There's a vast difference between reaction and responding. You can cross-check. What we were doing was to react because somebody is misleading. Honorable members, with your kind permission, I want the First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. At least I need to, for health reasons, have at least stretch my limbs. I've been sitting for hours. In the meantime, is there any other business? Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if we can take 19, item 19. 19.
Honorable Minister for Interior. Honorable Minister for Interior, were you on a point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I was on a point of relevance. Mr. Speaker, our colleague, the Deputy Whip, was emphasizing and repeatedly was putting into the records of this House that at the time that you took the vote, the members in the chamber were around 120. Mr. Speaker, I can say in confidence, those of us in the chamber are more than 170. So it should not go into the record that we were less than the number 139 to take decision. We shouldn't let that stand in the record, because the way he kept repeating it, if we did not challenge it, for it to be recorded in the official records of the House that it is not true that we were 120, it will stand in the record as though you did the wrong thing. And Mr. Speaker, I think you did the right thing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, the issue of quorum is not just a matter of fact, it's a matter of law. And so the fact that somebody just mentions a number in the House is not conclusive of the issue of quorum in the House. And so the fact that he was just mentioning a number 120, 120, 120 is not the basis for any research fellow to rely in arriving at the conclusion that the House was improperly so constituted and was not capable to lawfully take a decision. That is the position I take, and that is why I could not take away his right of free speech on the floor. He has that right, a right of free speech, provided it doesn't offend the rules of the House. So please allow him. I saw Honorable Yao Buama on his feet. Yes?
Speaker, there is a very important report that we need to take right now. It's part of the DPOs, and the report was distributed last Friday. It's on the corporate insolvency.
Yes, the first Deputy Speaker has taken the chair.
Very well.
So
Very
you
well,
go
Speaker.
on. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
The first Deputy Speaker is taking
Mr.
the
Speaker,
chair.
whether he would have the jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, whether he would have the jurisdiction on this matter is another matter. But, Mr. Speaker, I have an indication from you, so I won't pursue. But just for the record, Mr. Speaker, the member, however lame his application was, had raised a constitutional issue. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. Had raised a constitutional issue. He invoked, Mr. Speaker, he invoked your mandate under Article 104 and did say for the records that we did not have the quorum to take decision. Mr. Speaker, that was a member's application. But, Mr. Speaker, you are the presiding officer. Who are we to challenge you when you don't make pronouncement on a constitutional matter? Mr. Speaker, we cannot challenge you, but he made an application.
Honorable Minority Leader, you know the rules. After a decision has been taken, you are telling me that he has made an application. The rules are very clear on that. The rules of engagement of this House does not permit him to, after a decision has been taken by the House, to make such an application. You know it. Do you want me to still? Yes, go on.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, some matters are not just about the rules. they are about our integrity. Mr. Speaker, we debated. You put the question. At the time you were putting the question, nobody attempted to arrest the putting of the question. No. 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 There was no attempt. There was no attempt. There was no attempt. Mr. Speaker, listen carefully. Listen carefully. Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker.
Members.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you put the question.
Honorable Majority Leader, please resume your seat. Honorable members, I was presiding. None of you was presiding over the proceedings. And I know what happened. I need nobody to tell me. I have taken the position, I've given indication, and I believe that it's been accepted in good faith. Let's end it here and let's move on. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Honourable members, order. Yes, leader. Any indication?
Mr. Speaker, I think the ministers have been here for long to answer questions, and we varied the order of business to enable us to take all the things that we have taken whilst the ministers waited. So, Mr. Speaker, if we can now go back and at least give the ministers an opportunity to answer their questions.
Yes, I've seen the Minister for Environment seated. Honourable Leader, which question are we taking? Are we going to vary the order of questions? Honourable Leader, do we vary the order of questions? We have urgent questions.
That is so, Mr. Speaker. If we can ask the questions relating to the Minister for Environment. Yes, the Deputy Minority Leader has some very important questions. So, Speaker, I think we can take those questions and then continue. 45.
Yes, Minority Leader. Minority Leader, the application is to vary the order of questions and take question number 45.
Mr. Speaker, I thought that because the Gender Minister has many more questions to answer, and also because she's a woman, on the basis of gender, she would be given the opportunity to answer hers first. However, Mr. Speaker, this is a house of seniority. This is a house of seniority. So, since Honorable Murtala Mubarak is also here, Murtala Mohammed, correct? Murtala Mohammed, yes, you have Mohammed here. Yes, Mr. Speaker, since he's here and he wants to take his first, Mr. Speaker, I will not oppose to the application by the majority leader. our colleagues are ready to proceed with their questions. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, the Honourable Minister responsible for Environment, Science and Technology has been scheduled to answer questions. He is here to respond to the question. May we proceed to look at question number 45. Standing in the name of Honourable Patricia Apiaje, Member of Parliament for Asokwa. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology when the computer numerical control machine tooling project will be commissioned and made operational. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Computer Numerical Control CNC Machine Tooling Center project is part of the broader Foundry and CNC Machinery Tooling Center projects initiated by government in the year 2020. The ministry indeed is working hard to ensure that we have a completion of the project. And when I took over, Mr. Speaker, as the minister, I visited the project. And when I visited the project to be brought to speed as to how far the project, and Mr. Speaker, the project is 76% complete, and we need extra 305 million Ghana cedis to complete it. In the last budget, in the budget that was read, we indicated for the releases of money for the completion of the project. The project was done, Right Honourable Speaker, in two folds. PWD was in charge of ensuring that the machinery for the purposes of the center was brought, and the AECL was in charge of the execution of the project. So, Honourable Minister, Honourable Leader, and former Minister at the Ministry of Environment, we are very hopeful that the infrastructure development, we will be releasing some money. The Ministry of Finance has actually released some monies for us, and by September, we would have finished with the entire structural work. And hopefully by the end of the year, sometime December, we should have the project commence work. Thank you.
Honourable members, order. Members, may you humbly resume your seats. Honourable members, please resume your seats. Yes, any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have a follow-up. First, I want us to make a correction over here because I didn't really have the indication that it was 305 million because it's not rightly. You mentioned that you are expecting the Ministry of Finance to advance that money. I think you've indicated September and most likely end of the year for the completion of the project. Do we have your assurance that definitely by the end of the year, the project is going to commence? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am very convinced. Initially, it was 290 million Ghana cedis. So if you check in the budget which was read, that was taken care of. Some monies have actually been released, and hopefully by next week, we shall be advancing some monies for the payment to AECL and PWD. So I am very convinced. As I talk to you, the contractors are on site working. And when I visited the last time, it was about 76% complete. I'm very hopeful by September we should finish with the entirety of the project. Mind you, the machinery were already brought in, they are already set. What is left to be done by PWD is after AESL finishes with the entire project, the structure, the roads, the canteen and everything, then PWD has the responsibility to install the machines which are already available. So that's why I'm very convinced that by the close of this year, I shall the Honourable Leader
to come and witness the commencement of the foundry project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's given a very elaborate position on the project, and I thank him very well for responding and calling on the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader. Yes, Honorable Gakwe. Honorable members, let's proceed to question number 47, standing in the name of Honorable John Dako, Member of Parliament for Swami.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology the steps the ministry is taking to address the plastic waste menace in the country. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is estimated that Ghana generates, initially it was around 0.84 million tons of municipal plastic waste. As of this morning, the figure has actually been reviewed. In fact, revised is now 1.1 million metric tons of plastic waste annually, increasing by 5.4% annually, owing to the rapid increase in the Ghanaian population. Plastic waste, indeed, which can also be attributed to urban convenience. You're right, Honorable Speaker. We used to use leaves to package. Because of urban convenience, plastic is hugely used. So as population increases, the use of plastics, unfortunately, also increases. Plastic waste is growing at 2.2% per annum, alongside 3.4% increase in per capita plastic consumption. Despite significant government and industry, civil society organizations' commitment in addressing the environmental impact of it, plastic leakage in the country water bodies is projected to grow at 190% between 2020 and 2040, from approximately 78,000 tons per year to 228,000 tons per year. A total of 8 million tons of plastic waste leaks into the ocean each year. By 2050, Right Honorable Speaker, it is estimated that there will be more plastic than fish in the ocean if we do not take urgent steps to curb this. Collectively, Ghana generates approximately 1.1 million tons of plastic waste per year, out of which only 9.4 or 9.5% is collected, Right Honorable Speaker. So if we generate about 1.1 million metric tons and only 9.5% is collected, it means that the other almost 90 or more than 90% find their way in the water bodies. Some of them, unfortunately, microplastics are even in our bodies, and that is the danger. Currently, Ghana is taking steps to address the plastic pollution issue with strong alignment with proposals in the National Plastic Management Policy, the NPMP, the ECOWAS Regional Action Plan on Plastic Management and Circular Economy, and the International Legally Binding Instrument, ILBI, which is scheduled to be concluded in 2025, this year. In the short to medium term, Right Honorable Speaker, measures are being taken to address the challenges associated with orphan plastics and single-use plastics in general. Through the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment, the ministry is providing leadership for the African Group negotiators. In fact, Ghana is the chair of the African Group of Negotiators. And it is important to state that the challenges that are confronting us have to do with the position, the interested groups have all taken. Negotiating is a very difficult thing. Some are looking at the entire cycle of plastic generation, from the production to the finished product. And those who are also producing this, particularly the Gulf countries, mind you, they get them from oil. Those are also having challenges. They think that we should not look at the entire cycle. We should look at the already plastics that is generated. And that, Right Honorable Speaker, is a challenge. And that is why the Environmental Day, Global Environmental Day celebration, plastic was the theme, how we can all collectively fight this. The circular economy is one of the means. The ministry has actually advanced some money through assistance from international funding sources to support about 8 recycling companies, plastic recycling companies in Ghana. Initially, we identified 11 and 8 were given money. We gave them to the tune of about 450 million Canadian dollars. And that is how far we have gone. We really need to do a lot. We are working on getting some international funding for that purposes. So we are doing everything possible to ensure that we keep this, because the consequences is just uncontrollable. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable John Darko, any follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Minister, at your vetting, I asked you a question about this, and you told the people of Ghana that when you get to the ministry, you're going to take this issue seriously. What would you say you have done in your for about 4 months of being in office to avert the situation in your last 4 months? What actions have you taken to bring the problem down?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's amazing to state that we didn't even have a law on plastic waste in this country. And that for me was a shocker to me. It is interesting also to state we don't even have a law on climate change. Some of them we have policy frame, we don't have the legal regime. Some we have the laws, we don't have regulations. So we have engaged a legal firm to work in consultations with the various agencies so that we can have appropriate legal instruments that regulates the activities of everybody in this country, particularly within the plastics space. And that is precisely what we are doing. The other one is the financial assistance we have given to these selected, plastic recycling companies. And some of them, we have given them up to $200,000 because we got the funding from our, donor development partners. And this money is actually doing a lot. One, apart from the fact that they gather these plastics, it is also an opportunity to create jobs for the people. 4 or 5 months, I'm not saying that it's too short a time, but if you look at what we have done, 1, to get the legal regimes, and 2, the direct financial assistance to these selected, recycling companies, for me, I think that is a major step. But I do admit that what we are collecting is just 10%, less than 10. And it is a very serious matter. If you look at this year's budget, we factored into the assistance we can add with what we have gotten from these development partners for the purposes of expanding. The monies we released to these selected plastic collecting companies was just about 20% of the total amount of money. So it's a piloting program. And going forward, how do we do such that when the piloting expires, we'll have money? And you admit that the fiscal space was so limited. And man, you are the minister, and I'm happy leader is here. A lot of the projects we execute under the ministry are donor funded. Some of them are exhausted. Some are the last stages of the funding life cycle. And we are making every effort to ensure that we have some assistance to expand in those. And those that are left, we use them to the support and objective and then the successes that we may all achieve. So that is what we are doing currently, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. My other question, Mr. Minister, to you is whether, looking at the effect of plastic waste, you will recommend to the government to tax the importers and manufacturers of these plastic products in order to avoid single use. Because when it's expensive, I believe that single use will go down. So would you recommend to government to tax these manufacturers and the importers of these plastic products?
Would you recommend?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the legal instrument I said we are working on, we are looking at even the producers of the plastics having some payment to be done. We think that those who produce them should also have a responsibility of ensuring that these plastics are collected.
but they produce, they make their profit, and leave the responsibility to the state to be able to collect them, and which is extremely difficult. So if you look at some of the legal instruments we'll be bringing, I'm happy the chair of the Environment Committee is here, and I know you also serve in the Legislative and then the Subsidiary and Legislative Committee of Parliament. We are bringing those things, and I am very convinced that we'll have the needed support. Let me also admit that there is a pushback from these plastic manufacturing companies. They think that government should not tax them for what they do, but we think it is fair that if you are generating a lot of money from it, you should have a role to play in the collection of the plastics. We have floods in our cities now because the gutters are choked. The water bodies are also choked with plastics. Fishermen are no longer getting the quantity of fish that they get. What we are also doing, Mr. Speaker, is to invest in research and development. Other countries have done that. And in Africa, 40 years after the Lagos Declaration, where African leaders committed at least 1% of their GDP for the purposes of research and development, it is disheartening to state the average commitment of GDP for research and development in Africa is around 0.42%. So there's a limited space. And I can understand sometimes policymakers and African leaders have what are called competing policy decisions to make. One, if you invest in research and development, you get the benefit, but not present. It may happen 5 years, sometimes 10 years or 4 years later. But you are torn between investing in research, which will be beneficial, or providing the basic needs of your people. And I guess African leaders tend to focus on this. So what we are doing as a ministry, and it is important, Mr. Speaker, when I visited the various agencies under the ministry, and almost all the agencies under the ministry, their core mandate is to research and innovate.
Honorable Minister, the
Speaker,
question is, will you recommend tax?
No, yes, but
to the government?
Mr. Speaker, it's important I state this for a justification why we think that they should pay. Now, I realize that there are a lot of research outputs in the decks. So we are creating what we call Environment, Science and Technology Forum, where we bring together research institutions and the private sector so that they can challenge them to conduct researches that will also help to give them money so that the state doesn't necessarily need to provide the resources for the research institutions, CSR, GAIC. They'll be able to generate money to be able to do some of these things. So we are looking at taxing people, particularly plastic manufacturing companies, and also empowering the research institutions to generate money internally to be able to do some of the things that we want them to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That would be all for him.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Jerry Amershai.
Thank you very much,
Why
Mr. Speaker.
are you not speaking from your designated seat?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I came here to engage my colleague. So. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the minister indicate that we have had issues with plastic, including the cause of flooding, including fishermen going to ICs and coming back with plastics. I am tempted to ask whether or not the ministry is considering banning the usage of plastics.
Mr. Speaker, it's a very difficult question. And I guess this same question was put to me when I was being vetted. Some countries have actually banned the use of plastic. Rwanda, Kenya are two classical examples. His Excellency, the President, announced on the day we celebrated the World Environment Day that government intends to ban the use of plastics. But we do understand that we are dealing with human beings. So we are working to get alternative used. Because once you ban it and people don't have any alternative, it has its social consequences. So we are engaging private sector. Some of the fundings we are looking at so that we can build the capacity of the private sector to be able to come out with alternative used packaging. Bamboo, we have had companies that have submitted proposals to us where they can use bamboo to produce the things that can help in packaging. So these are some of the things we are looking at. So it's a gradual process. Kenya and Rwanda have done that. They didn't just get up one day and say we are banning the use of plastics. They put in the necessary mechanisms to ensure that at least somewhat
50-60% of alternative uses of what they otherwise were using plastics to do were put in place before they banned. And we are very convinced that looking at some of the things that we have started doing and the support from our partners, we'll be able to do that. And that for me also, encourages us to hold this forum, because I've gotten some research institutions who have said that they can research to provide answers to some of the challenges that we have. So these are some of the things we are looking at doing. So we'll ban, but it won't just be immediate. It's a gradual process, just like the other countries have done. Thank you.
You are also not speaking from your designated seat.
Mr. Speaker, you're right. I just came to give you a company because I'm feeling lonely in my seat.
Well, you are feeling lonely.
In my seat.
Please, the rules are clear that a member must rise from his place.
Mr. Speaker, you know
and
that.
catch the eye of the speaker. So if by your designated seat you are feeling lonely, it's not a justification for you to speak from a seat that is not designated to you. So please go back to your designated seat.
Mr. Speaker, you are right. I've been always in my seat. I have been always.
The reason is not tangible.
Okay, so I withdraw the reason. And I withdraw the reason, and I plead with you to indulge me to be here only
please
for
do
this
ask
moment.
the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the response the Honorable Minister gave to Honorable Shaib, for me, is a step in the right direction. I want to know from him the alternative solutions his ministry is considering. When are we going to see the end in this? Because I heard him say they are considering, they are engaging and all that. These are words that we use too often, but I'd be glad if he can tell us concrete steps done and anticipated end game or end time in this whole waste menace. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thought my answers were very clear. I said that is what we intend to do, but we also understand that we are dealing with human beings, and we are concerned about conveniences and inconveniences by any action that we take. So if we just outrightly ban, the question would be, what's the alternative? And that is why I said we are engaging private sector, and I have a lot of proposals on my decks are some of the innovative ways by which people can help. In packaging, because largely that is what we use, and even bottling. I was in Geneva last 2 weeks. What they do now is even the plastic, the bottled water. You can't just open the bottled water and then the cap, it fails. It must be hanging, and it's a law. Because they realize that people will open, drink water, and that one goes. They all end up in their water bodies. So these are some of the things we are looking at. And of course, when I talked about engagement even with members of parliament, some of them with some enormous capacities in the area of plastics. So we are engaging everybody. I've had some conversations with the chair of the Environment Committee, and we are looking forward to having more of such. But we have received a lot of proposals from the private sector who are all looking forward to seeing government assist them to build the capacity. And largely we are dependent on donor funding. We have made some progress. We met some of them in Ghana, and we shall be traveling with a consultant to meet others after we've had positive meetings with their representatives in this country. And the signals are very positive. They are looking forward to giving us the funding to support the private sector to be able to come out with such innovations.
Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 8091 and 3 to seek your leave to ask the Minister 2 questions. The first question has to do with the answer he gave. The Honourable Minister answered to the effect that some money was received, which has so far been disbursed to 7 companies, each taking an amount of about $200,000, if the numbers are right. But the substantive matter is that some money was received. I would like to find out from the Minister who the funding agency for this money, when it was received, and then the companies that receive this support, if they can, he's so minded to provide the House with that information.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We got some funding from UNIDO specifically, and the ministry didn't just disburse it. Ministry did the disbursement with UNIDO. When I moved in as a minister, the decision, the assessment, and the disbursement were already decided upon. And I said I was not going to sign the checks until I visit those companies. So when I visited, it was only one company that I had problems with. In fact, UNIDO also had problems with that particular company. And we then disbursed the monies. That was the first tranche. What we did, the total amount of money was around 7 million, if you look at the entire project, 7 million Canadian dollars. But what we disbursed was just a percentage of what we were supposed to give. 11 companies, private companies, were identified. But we were able to disperse the money, I think, to about 7 or 8 of such companies. The other 3, we shall have the disbursement of the first tranche, and then we'll have the second tranche. Because, mind you, these donor-funded monies, you don't just give them out. There's so much strict, compliance and proof for which you can give those monies. So we got the monies from UNIDO. We're also working on getting some money from UNDP and the Africa Development Bank to help build the capacity. I raised questions, right, Honorable Speaker, that we didn't have some of the companies in Ashanti region, for example. And I felt that apart from Accra, I don't think that there's any city in this country that can generate so much plastics than Kumasi, looking at the size. So I insisted that the last 3, we should get a plastic company in Kumasi so that we can extend such facilities to. So that is how far we have gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, in view of the fact that we have a lot of questions, do we go beyond one supplementary question? Is there any guidance? Particularly, very well. Next question stands in the name of Dr. Yao Opoku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology the steps the ministry is taking to address the upsurge in the use of unapproved pesticides and herbicides. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through the Environmental Protection Authority, EPA, the ministry has actually outlined the ongoing effort to address the issues through a comprehensive, multi-pronged strategy. Action taken by the ministry include the following: regulatory strengthening, the newly enacted EPA law, that is the Act 1124 of 2025, introduces stronger legal provisions to combat pesticides, counterfeiting, ensure residual monitoring, and mandate training for dealers, because we realize that a lot of the dealers don't have the capacity. And we feel that as a ministry, we need to build the capacity by training them as captured in the EPA law. The requirement for both import and import license and separate import permits tightens control over pesticides entry. Mr. Speaker, EPA needs to operate at the ports and our border entry. Unfortunately, sometime 2018, EPA was to leave the ports and our airports. So currently, I'm in communication with the Minister for Transport to find a space so that we can repost EPA officials to the airport and our border entries and also the ports. So that is what we're doing. That's the first step. The other one is pesticide registration and surveillance. All pesticides, that is insecticides, herbicide, fungicide, and others, must undergo registration before importation and use. This ensures rigorous screening and restrict market access to only approved products. Post-registration surveillance, including sampling of products like paraquat and glyphosate, is underway to monitor quality and compliance. The other measure is training of dealers and public awareness. It's very important. We think that the dealers need to be trained to build their capacity, and we must have education drive so that the public can be sensitized and be made aware of some of these things. One, enforcement actions, which is also very important. EPA conduct market sweeps in collaboration with industry stakeholders. A recent operation in Northern Region led to the seizure of unapproved products, with more planned for other regions. Example, Ashanti. Legal action is also being strengthened through collaborative awareness raising effort with the Attorney General Department to improve the prosecution of such. And we do this with the private sector, particularly those who are certified to engage in such dealing. Phase out highly hazardous pesticides is another step that we're taking. And Mr. Speaker, let me also admit that there are some challenges in what we do. Despite this effort, the EPA faces challenges including inadequate funding, limited laboratory infrastructure, logistical constraints, and difficulty tracing the illegal train route. And that is why we are engaging. We are employing a lot of people under contract for the EPA. If you take Northern Region, for example, we had EPA regional office in Tamale, and the only other office we had was that of Bimbila. So it means that from Tamale to Bimbila, we never had any EPA officers operating. So that is what we are looking forward to doing. Mr. Speaker, I refuse to respond to
Well, any follow-up?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 4 of the minister's response, under the subheading training of dealers and public awareness. Speaker, 15 regions have so far benefited from the training. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, when will the last region benefit? And also, will he consider scaling up the training program? Because if you do the breakdown, it's about 60 dealers per region. And I think that figure is a little too low. And I want to find out whether the minister will consider scaling up the awareness creation, and also when would the 16th region benefit, and also the name of the last region to benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very soon. I indicated that we are engaging a lot of people under contract because we don't have the capacity on the ground. So if we have to do training, it is important for us to use people who understand the area. Sometimes language itself, because if you want to train people, you must use training that the people would appreciate. And as to whether when we'll do the last region, we'll do that very, very soon. We want to finish with the engagement of those under contract and would rule out the others. And everything boils down to money. EPA now generates and they retain part of the monies that they generate. So we think that once we're able to engage a lot of people, we can boost the generation of money by the districts that they are not operating. And we've seen signs of that. So that is what we are looking forward to. But as to the last region, the name of the region, I can't readily give you this name because this information was given to me by the EPA. So maybe I'll find out and I can furnish this house with the name of the last region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any follow-up?
Yes. Speaker, I also want to find out from the Honourable Minister whether he would consider publishing the list of approved herbicides and pesticides. Speaker, I'm asking this because I'm aware that the number of approved pesticides the number is too large, and the ordinary farmer may not be aware of the approved pesticides and herbicides. So I want to find out whether he will consider publishing it in one of the dailies for the benefit of the ordinary Ghanaian.
Mr. Speaker, sure. I think there is nothing wrong with we doing that. We think that once we do that, it helps us and helps even the farmers who use them. So we will look at it. I would have some discussions with the leadership of EPA. And if it can be done, which I strongly believe we can do that, we will do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We then move to question number 99. Yes, Honorable Kinsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for indulging me. And I want to commend the Minister for this comprehensive interventions outline. Still on training, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, will you be kind to let us know how much it costs to engage in the training for the 15 regions? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have that information now, but I can furnish the House with that information.
Yes, this should have been a full question on its own.
Yeah.
Speaker, with respect, he has promised to give us that information. So thank you, my good friend.
Yes, I'm just bringing the attention of the House to the fact that the rules try to avoid element of surprises. That is why a supplementary question must emanate from the main question and the answer. So asking the Minister to provide you with the cost involved in something should have been a fresh question. We'll move now to question number 99, standing in the name of Honorable Richard Kwame Sepe, Member of Parliament for Anglo. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology how much of the 150 million United States dollars released by the World Bank through the West African Coastal Area WACA program was allocated to the protection of sections of the coastlines of Anglo-Ghana Municipal Assembly, and when the project will commence. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The WACA project, which is a loan facility of $150 million and a grant of $5 million is expected to carry out gray and green investment in specific locations to be determined alongside the Volta, besides Delta and Kole areas and part in Central Region. These areas of interventions had pre-feasibility done and detailed feasibility studies. Mr. Speaker, when I came, I realized that the project delayed for 2 years, but we needed to engage the consultants, and the consultants' explanation was that they have to do their studies in 2 seasons, dry seasons and then the rainy season. So we wanted them to expedite action, and they said, because if they do that and they don't do it well, it will have some structural challenges as far as the project is concerned. So they agreed to shorten the period. And thankfully, the time we wanted to do it was the dry season. They have started. By next month, we shall start, advertising for the execution of the project. So hopefully, we are looking at the next 3-4 months, we should commence the execution of the project. So I can assure my honorable colleague that we are doing everything possible to start. In fact, I was saying it delayed for 2 years. If it never delayed that, I believe that by now we would have had it. Benin has done a similar one. So we want them to do it because Benin's one is so solid. So we don't want them to do something that is different from what was done in Benin. So I can assure the honorable member, hopefully by next month or next 2, we will run adverts for people to tender for the purposes of awards of contract. So hopefully within the next 3 months, 3 to 4 months, we should commence the execution of the project. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, before taking the supplementary question, the indication is that we've been sitting in excess of 5 hours. Any indication? Majority Leader?
Yes, we can take the Minister for Gender. She's been here. And take her question.
So, honourable members, sitting is hereby extended beyond the prescribed hours. Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know whether the release of the money or the non-release of the money is the cause of the delay, or what actually was the cause of the delay for 2 good years. This is out of the fact that activities such as green investments and other activities are expected to take place there. However, every year, the coastal and other relevant portions of my constituency continue to get eroded. And if we could have a way out that will give the energy to my people to know that this time it's not going to be further delay, I'd like to know that.
Mr. Speaker, I really don't want to cry over spilled milk. I'm not interested in finding out why the delay. What is important is that we are expediting action to ensure that we have the execution of the project. But as to what led to the 2 years delay, I don't think that is necessary. Again, I can understand the frustrations the people are going through. I have visited the community. A lot of, even griefs have been taken over by the water body. So I can assure honorable member that we are doing everything possible. The consultants will submit their report latest in the next 1 month. And by the time they submit the report, I indicated to some of my other colleagues that we would start advertising for people to bid, and then the awards of the contract will be done. But what is critical is the consultancy work, because that will determine the structure and everything. So, honorable member, we are doing everything possible to ensure that we execute this project. Thank you.
Any further question? This is a constituency-specific question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am okay with this one. If you allow me to follow up with the next question. Thank you very much.
Very well. We then move to question number 100, standing in the name of Honorable Richard Kwame Sepe, Member of Parliament for Anglo.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology the current status of the worker program in the Anglo constituency of the voter region, when the work on the coastal protection will begin, the coastal protection this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can understand it affects a lot of constituencies on the same, line. So it's virtually the same thing. What I explained to you, Honorable, I guess is the same explanation I'll give to the other question. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes?
To end it up, Mr. Speaker, whatever activities they wanted to do to help the people, be it infrastructure or whatever, has to live on land or should be built on land. Here we are, the land is being eroded, but they have activities that they say is being happening.
Honorable member, be reminded of Standing Order 88.7. So what is your question?
So my question is, when actually are we going to have this sort of peace in terms of the erosion of the land by the sea? When actually is this one going to take place? 3 good years, nothing to show. 3 good years.
So
when
specific with time, when is it going to?
Mr. Speaker, everything I say here, to a very large extent, will be determined on the work the consultants are going to do. The reason why the consultancy work is critical is because it's through the consultancy, the engineering, the structural designs, and everything will be done. So one thing I can assure my honorable colleague, and I'll have further engagement with you, I don't have even any problem if you want me to go with you to the community so that I can explain to them the reasons. Because we need to finish with the consultancy work. And I did indicate that they do it in 2 seasons, dry seasons and then the rainy seasons, so that they'll be able to know how the structure is going to be. Hopefully, by this month, getting to next month, they would have finished with the work. And I can assure you, I had a lot of discussions with Honorable Jifa Gomaji. In fact, I even went to the constituency with some of her officers because she wasn't there to explain to people the challenges. So as far as I'm concerned, we are doing everything possible so that hopefully by the close of this year, we shouldn't have this problem again. The project would have commenced, and I'm very convinced that we'll finish it by the close of the year. Thank you.
Honourable members, let's move to question number 129. Standing in the name of Honourable Kwame Jijoli Gakpe, Member of Parliament for Keta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The angular question is still related to what we have. I see some of the answers have been given by the minister. I only want to zoom in to ask one question, and then that is all, if you permit me.
Please do.
Yeah, I would like to find out from the Honorable Minister, the money, the World Bank loan, was the money released?
Yes, Honorable Minister, was the money released?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The money is available. The way they do their things is that they don't give the money to you. But once the World Bank releases the money, the 150 million, which is a loan, 150 million US dollars, and the $5 million, which is a grant, the money is available. As and when they are satisfied with the work that is done, they make the payment. The ministry doesn't do the payment. The payment is done through the World Bank. But the payment will be determined by the execution of projects. So what we are doing it with the World Bank. The structural engineers, the award of the contract to the consultants were all done in partnership with the World Bank. So as and when they finish, the monies are paid. So the money is available. There won't be any difficulty in paying those who execute the projects once there is some satisfaction of the work they have done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This brings us to the end of the question for Minister responsible for Environment, Science and Technology. On behalf of the House, I thank you so much for attending upon the House and answering or responding to questions slated for you. Our members will then move to the next minister, who is also here to respond to questions. Honourable members, we have 2 questions for her, an urgent question and the other ordinary question. So may we take the urgent question first? The urgent question is standing in the name of Fataya Abdul Aziz, Member of Parliament for Savlugu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender and Social Protection. The transitional measures the ministry has instituted for caterers who were engaged under the previous administration school feeding program but have had their contracts terminated by the current government, particularly those who were verified to have delivered satisfactory performance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, as part of its payment process for caterers of the Ghana School Feeding Program, validates data every term for cooking and non-cooking days for each caterer before payment is done. The process is as follows. The Ghana School Feeding District Desk Officers collates and sends data on cooking and non-cooking days of each caterer in their district through the regional coordinator of the school feeding program to the National School Feeding Secretariat for verification and validation. The data will then be verified against cooking and non-cooking days data received from the Ghana Education Service from their district offices through the GES regional offices. Mr. Speaker, so far, the National School Feeding Secretariat has received data on cooking and non-cooking days for 10 regions. Caterers who cooked in the second term of 2024-2025 academic year should therefore be rest assured of prompt payment after verification is completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister on what basis did you terminate their contracts? We want to know the basis for which you terminated those contracts. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, even though this could have come as a question on its own, I will respond to the honorable member by saying that the contracts were not terminated. The contracts expired. And once the contract is expired, we don't need to assume that caterers were cooking and that it will continue. And so we took steps to make sure that it was sanitized. Thank you.
Any
Thank you,
other
Speaker.
supplementary?
I want to prompt Madam Minister. Those caterers actually
Honorable
received
Minister.
letters.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is actually letters terminating contracts of those caterers. Please kindly check. Thank you. So I now go to my second question. At the time of terminating their contracts, they had cooked for a term that had not been paid. What plans are
Honorable
there to pay
member,
them?
please, the minister's answer is that the contracts are not terminated, but they are expired. So you can preface your question with at the time of expiration.
Thank you, Speaker. But I have evidence to termination, letters of termination from the ministry. And if you give me the opportunity, I'll bring those letters here later. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah.
So may I go ahead with
Yes.
my second? Thank you, Speaker. At the time of terminating their contract, they had cooked for a term that has not been paid. What plans are there to pay them, and when will you pay them? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The letter that the honorable member is referring to is part of the process of sanitizing the system so that we don't leave anything for assumption. The response, Mr. Speaker, is that The ministry is committed to ensuring timely payments to caterers of the Ghana School Feeding Program. As part of the payment process, we rigorously validate data on cooking and non-cooking days for each caterer per term before disbursing funds. Mr. Speaker, the payment verification process, which is close to or the same as what I had earlier said, at the district level, the Ghana School Feeding Program's district desk officer compile and send cooking and non-cooking days of each caterer to the respective regional coordinators. Regional level, the regional coordinators then forward this data to the National School Feeding Secretariat for validation and verification. At the national level, this is submitted, the data is submitted and cross-referenced with cooking and non-cooking days records received from the Ghana Education Service, which also originates from the district level through their regional offices. Mr. Speaker, so far, as earlier said, the data has been received from 10 regions from the district school feeding desk officers and Ghana Education Service. Once validated, caterers who provided meals in term 2 of the 2024-2025 academic year will receive payment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. I've just learned something new from Honorable Minister, and the new term is we now use for termination is sanitization. Thank you so much. I'll now go to my third question, Mr. Speaker. Now that the DCs are the ones selecting people, what systems are in place to ensure that the reassignment or recruitment of new caterers is free from political interference, nepotism, or regional balance, and based solely on merit and capacity? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I could come with the whole processes of selection, but then the school feeding program is no longer under the local government, but previously it used to be under local government, and so the DCs were the ones managing it. As we speak, no, school feeding has not always, sorry.
Please address the chair.
It has not always been under gender. It used to be under local government, and so was managed by the local government, that is the district chief executives. And so if you see the district chief executives involved, it is because of the decentralized systems that we are running. They are not the ones doing it. We have from the national level, the secretariat, and then we have the regional coordinators, we have the zonal coordinators, and then we have the school implementation committee, and then also we have the desk officers. And so the desk officers are in the assemblies. And so that is why it looks as if they are involved in it. Definitely, once the desk officer is recruited from there, they will have a role to play. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Jerry Shai.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I want to respectfully ask the Honorable Minister, when is going to be the resumption of the caterers so that they start feeding our children?
Yes, Honorable Minister, the resumption of caterers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, the caterers have started cooking across the country, not in all the schools. We are ensuring that very soon, by the close of this month to next month, all schools within or across the country are being fed. The children are being fed. And so it's being rolled out. There are specific schools we can take you to, regions that have started cooking. You and I know the challenges that come with school feeding. And as much as possible, we are trying our best to make sure that it is clean and tidy.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, the minister at the dispatch box tells us that they are doing some verification. We know that these caterers operate in the informal sector. They took loans from money lenders. They took more loans from relatives. As I speak with a heavy heart because they are all over in our offices, helpless. Can you, Honorable Minister, tell this House these verification processes, when and how soon same will be completed for the payment to be effected to them, Honorable Minister?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can appreciate the concerns of the leader, and I'm sure that most members of this honorable House are going through same challenges. Even if the payment is made, you still have issues with the sustainability of the program. Previously, there were some bottlenecks, including the delays in payment and all that. As I stand here, it will not be prudent for me to say that I can cut short or cut corners in terms of the processes leading to the payment. So I have to follow the due process for the needed verification. That covers me, that covers them, and then we will all be safe. My assurance once again to all caterers is that once you have cooked, it's verified, we will make sure that you receive your payment. And I'm also taking the needed steps to ensure that the payment comes once the report is ready. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, when the Honorable Minister was answering my question, one of your clerks at table was watching her with great admiration. Mr. Speaker, it was a female.
As for minority leader, even the devil doesn't know the intention of a man. You are able to know the intention of those at table. Please proceed to ask your question.
Honorable Minister, you have indicated that there is a process. This is a dispatch box of Parliament. You said there is a process for the recruitment of these caterers. Can you share with this House this process and how transparent this process has been in ensuring that equal opportunity is given to those with capacity and not partisan consideration?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the Honorable Minority Leader that the process is as transparent as it can be. You and I know in this House, we all know in this House that school feeding has its own headaches. And, well, as much as possible, we are trying to ensure that we cure it. But we are not too much in a hurry to cure it, to ensure that whatever measures we are putting in place are sustained, throughout, and then improve on the quality as His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has promised. And so I can only assure you that to the best of our ability, it is as transparent as possible. And then the other thing is that we have data that we are working with. And so it went through verification to ensure that the schools really exist. If it will interest you to know, Mr. Speaker, that as we speak, there are petitions from caterers who cooked without approval from the Ghana School Feeding Secretariat. And because they cooked without the necessary approval, they've not been paid. And that one cannot be captured. And that is why we are hastening slowly so that we don't also commit the same mistakes. There are petitions from caterers who also cooked from 2016, 2017, who were not paid. And in trying to recruit people back, in fact, even if you are going to pay those caterers, we will not pay them with interest. And so we have to come up with pragmatic ways of ensuring that those people, I'm talking about payment, those people are not really worse affected. We want to make sure that the process considers their plight, and then also those who are just exiting will also not be affected. So in as much as possible, we are doing our best to ensure that all caterers under school feeding program are well catered for. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, my last, so we can make progress to 241, question 241. Honorable Minister, you keep using the word sustainability, that you are having challenges with sustaining the program. Are you having budgetary constraints? Is there a problem with the budgetary allocation for school feeding?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here, I cannot say I have budgetary allocation challenges, because when we came, the back lot that we found, you can call it a legacy debt that we found, we presented the budget to the finance minister, and the releases were made, and we're able to clear those debts. I can't remember the figure of head, but this, as we speak, I have not presented any budget or bill to the finance minister. Like I said, it's still being processed. If I present and the minister has challenges releasing funds, then I can come to this August House to support. But the allocation made for school feeding is good enough to sustain the program. When I talk about sustainability, I'm looking at all the quality assurance measures that we are putting in place, that with all our collective efforts, we'll be able to sustain it. And then we'll reduce the issues of delays in payments and then the breaks in feeding the children. Those are the measures I'm referring to. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, we'll move to the next question. Question number 147, standing in the name of Honorable Gloria Osu, MP for Trobu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection the measures the ministry is implementing to ensure that caterers are paid their outstanding arrears for the second term of the 2024-2025, given the abrupt termination of the contract for caterers under the Ghana School Feeding Program.
Question seems to be similar, but Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's similar to the previous questions. And so I want to once again use the opportunity to assure the honorable member that steps are being taken to ensure that all caterers who have served the children are paid. Thank you.
Once the questions are similar, you have a supplementary.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Minister, can you give us some timelines the payment will be done?
Yes, though this question have been asked and answered, you may repeat the answer for her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, when we are done with the due process, the validation and verification, when we've received all the needed data from the district level up to the regional level, the National Secretariat will take the needed steps to ensure that caterers are paid. Thank you.
Any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, your answer, you gave it to us. Mr. Speaker, if you may indulge me to read that. Mr. Speaker, so far the data has been received from 10 regions from district school feeding, desk office, and the Ghana Education Service. So, Honorable Minister, I want to ask, when are we getting the data of the 6 outstanding data regions?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, my reference to the 10 regions is to let the House know that the data we have now is incomplete, and we will not pay in tranches. We are paying all across board. And so once the other regions are in, we will ensure that the payment is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Minister, can you please mention the region for us and when are they going to give us?
Well, the regions, if you know them often.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have the regions offhand.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, quite strangely, Honorable Minister, who has given us information on record that there are 10 regions that have data ready in her text, but now is unable to furnish us with the 10. But we take her by her word. We believe that she'll be able to provide us this information at a later date. However, may I know from the Honorable Minister, in her earlier answer to the question as to whether there is sufficient budgetary allocation to sustain the school feeding, she indicated that yes, indeed, there is sufficient allocation for the school feeding program in the budget. May I know from Honorable Minister whether the existing number of schools that are being fed is being maintained or is being increased?
Well, Honorable Member, from the question, 10 schools are captured. It's now left with 6. Is that not
Mr.
your
Speaker,
question?
10 regions.
Yes.
It's left with 6.
It's left with 6.
Very well. That is
the follow-up question was that, can she give the names of the 6?
We've crossed that.
She says she doesn't
Yes.
have it at hand.
Very well.
By your plea route to the question says 6.
Oh, no, that was...
say 10 instead of 6.
No, okay, very well. That's okay. So I want to know from you, from the sustainable point, you said there is sufficient budgetary allocation to sustain the program. May I know from you whether the allocation in the budget is in respect of the existing schools on the program you inherited, or that you have increased the number of schools?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The allocation in the budget is in respect of existing schools that are feeding. There's not been expansion. What the government did was to increase the payment from 1 cedi 50 pesos to 2 cedis. So it's been increased, but it's not been, the schools have not been expanded. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, regarding the data that you have, that the number of schools that you actually have on record is not being increased, may I know from you, since you have no plans of increasing, you know...
Honorable Minority Leader, the minister never said they have no plan of increasing. You asked based on whether they are based on existing one or it has been increased. But if you say you have no plan of increasing, then you are putting words into, or you are stating what the minister have not said. Because we all listen to the answer.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your intervention. I'll put it in the correct perspective. Honorable Minister, it is your submission before this House, standing at the dispatch box, that the number of schools you came to meet have not increased. With that high expectation of Ghanaians regarding your promises that you were going to do 24-hour economy, 1 job, 3 shifts, and creating more jobs, would you say that you will commit to increasing the number of schools? Because definitely not all schools have been captured.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, that is the request of many districts, especially districts that were carved out of the bigger ones, because some have very low numbers experiencing or enjoying the school feeding program. The expansion is a discussion on the table, and I'm sure that at the right time, His Excellency, through the Finance Minister, will give us the needed go-ahead to consider more schools on board. But as we speak, we want to ensure that what we have is stabilized and the quality improved and sustained. Then we can take on more. We don't want to mix it up with what is rolling out now. So eventually, we'll get there. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, my very last on this. Honorable Minister, this expansion that you are talking about, I know there are a number of schools in the Volta region that are not on the school feeding program, a number of schools in Central region that are expecting consideration, Western North, etc., etc. With the mid-year review in sight, should these schools have any expectation?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For this year, I don't see that happening, especially in the mid-year review, because there's a lot that has to be considered. We have a lot of data that means that speaks to the fact that if it's going to be rolled out, it should be more strategic and more targeted, because we are actually working towards the expansion, and it's going to be holistic. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Kingsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the opportunity. I would like to inquire from the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection if there's a time frame within which data is normally provided. I'm asking this question because without a reasonable time frame, it will be maybe late in processing payments for institutions that have submitted data. So if you could apprise the House if there is a reasonable time frame, and if there is none, and you'll be considering having a reasonable time frame so that you can deal effectively with backlogs and all the tensions surrounding payments. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There is, but as we all know, 2024 was an election year, and so some of the processes were distorted, and that is also what affected the cooking or the catering services that were rendered to the schools. So this is an exception, in fact, with the delays. There's a time frame, and we are monitoring. They've been given a deadline. When it expires, the needed actions will be taken. So I can only assure you that very soon you will hear from us. Thank you.
Honourable members, on behalf of the House, I express my sincere gratitude to the Minister responsible for Gender, Children and Social Protection for attending upon the House and providing answers to questions. You are hereby discharged. It's now the turn to take question number 7.1, program for the Honorable Minister responsible for Labor, Jobs and Employment, who is already seated. The question is standing in the name of Mr. Francis Xavier Kojo Susu, Member of Parliament for Madina.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Labor, Jobs and Employment the measures being taken to introduce a regime to ensure 5% minimum employment of persons with disabilities in all public and private sector institutions in Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Labour, Jobs and Employment, as the lead government agency on employment matters, is coordinating the development of an employment equity policy to achieve full inclusion for persons with disabilities, marginalized and vulnerable groups in the labor market, and to ensure equal opportunities for all by removing barriers and promoting diversity across sectors. The ministry is also reviewing the Labour Act 2003, Act 651, which will, among others, seek to reinforce aspects of the Persons with Disability Act 2006, Act 715. More proposals include a quota system of 10% in all public and private employment opportunities. This quota system seeks to ensure the compulsory inclusion of qualified PWDs in all employment. B, compel employers to provide appropriate data on employment of people with disability to the Ministry for Publications and Policy Making. And C, encourage employers to train or retrain workers on how to handle people with disability in the world of work. Mr. Speaker, ensuring 5% of minimum employment of persons with disabilities in the public sector requires effective collaboration with among public sector corporations. In this regard, my ministry is seeking to liaise with the Public Service Commission, Office of the Head of Civil Service, Office of the Head of Local Government Service, Ghana Education Service, Ghana Health Service, Judicial Service, Security Services, that is, police, prisons, fire, immigration, and other public corporations, on approaches to ensure a minimum of 5% employment of persons with disabilities within these institutions. Normally, these public sector institutions employ PWDs as when they deem appropriate. However, it is proper that we collaborate with them more often to ensure that they reserve a minimum of 5% quota for the employment of PWDs within their respective organizations. In relation to the private sector, the approach is quite different since government does not have absolute control. However, Section 1461 of the Labor Act 2003, Act 651, prescribes special incentives for employers who engage the services of PWDs. My ministry would leverage this provision to engage the Ghana Employers Association, private enterprises, federations, Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, among other private sector organizations, to reserve a minimum of 5% employment quota for PWDs in their respective organizations and institutions. Mr. Speaker, it is important to emphasize that the implementation of this policy initiative will require consultations among all key stakeholders, including the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Ministry of Finance, National Council for Persons with Disability, Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations, National Tripartite Committee, and this August House. I therefore count on your support in rolling out this policy initiative for PWDs in promoting inclusion and industry for national development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, I want on behalf of the persons with disabilities in Ghana thank the Honorable Minister for the commitment he has made before this House to ensure that this policy becomes a reality in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. We then move to question number 241. Yes, supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for the answers he's provided. He's talking about a policy. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from him how soon this policy is going to be consummated in lieu with the engagements. And also, how is he or will he be collaborating as in the policy to deal with or to collaborate with the Ministry of Works and Housing? Because the Disability Act at 2006 or 7 or so enjoins us to ensure that all institutions should be disability friendly. So if you have a policy and these institutions are not disability friendly, how are we going to even engage them effectively? So number one, I'm asking for when this good idea is going to be executed in terms of policy and how his outfit will be liaising with the Ministry of Works and Housing to ensure that we get buildings.
Honorable Kingsley Nyako, your second aspect of the question is not within the rules. So I'll ask the Minister to proceed to ask your first question. Because the question is talking about 5% minimum employment of persons with disability. This has nothing to do with works and housing. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a concept and a policy direction which takes into consideration that disability is not inability. They are Ghanaians capable of working and earning a living. So our policy looks at the review of the labor policy that can directly have a legal frame to get them the opportunity to work, just like any other person. Thank you.
Here is the last question. This is in favor of Honorable Fatia Abdul Aziz, Member of Parliament for Savlugu. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Labor, Jobs and Employment what safeguard and bilateral arrangements have been put in place under the Work Abroad program, implemented in partnership with the Youth Employment Agency and the United Arab Emirates to ensure the protection, welfare, and fair treatment of Ghanaian youth offered opportunities in Abu Dhabi under this program. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. The government of Ghana has signed a memorandum of understanding with the government of the United Arab Emirates dated 18th November 2019 on manpower cooperation. The MOU seeks to promote fair treatment with clear accountability for employers and recruitment agencies. Under the MOU, Ghanaian workers exported to the UAE for employment will receive contracts of employment from their employers and attested to by the Labor Department in accordance with the national and labor laws. The ministry will also facilitate pre-departure orientation sessions for all workers to equip them with knowledge on UAE laws, cultural norms, and contractual rights, as well as the grievance redress mechanisms. Sorry, I have a cold. As part of the mechanisms for the implementation of the MOU of Ghana UAE Joint Committee would be established and activated to monitor and review the bilateral labor arrangements that exist between the two countries for maximum outcomes. Mr. Speaker, despite these safeguards, it is important to note that no bilateral arrangement has been implemented under the Work Abroad program in partnership with the Youth Employment Agency and the United Arab Emirates. The Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment reiterates its commitment to ensuring the protection, welfare, and fair treatment of all Ghanaian youth under the Work Abroad program, among other initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister provide information on the process of vetting recruitment agencies involved in the Work Abroad program, particularly those facilitating employment in Abu Dhabi? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is our policy, my commitment, to ensure that all private recruitment agencies coming into this country or within this country seeking to recruit our young people and get them to work elsewhere must sign a memorandum of understanding which is in accordance with our labor law and our labor regulations. And so in that process, we get them to understand exactly what we require. We believe that what we take them through is an enough orientation for them. Today, I had a discussion with members of the member responsible for labor at the World Bank. And we work towards a situation where all these people will be given proper orientation before they seek to send our people out of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, what are the provisions in place to guarantee that participating youth will not be subjected to explosive working conditions, including excessive working hours, unsafe environments, or unfair wage deductions? Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. The safeguard is that the choice to go and work remains with the person seeking to go and work. And they sign contract with the companies they go to work for. The contracts are in the number of years you want to seek to work with them, after which you are no longer permitted to stay in the company. So logically, you get back home. We try to let the Ghanaian who is going to work out there understand that you have a time period to stay with your working partner, after which you come back home. It will be a choice for them if they decide to sign further contracts, but not to stay there illegally. And part of the responsibility we have taken upon ourselves is to ensure that we give them enough orientation and training to be able to reach this level of acceptance and conduct. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Jerry Shai.
Speaker, with deference to you, I wish to ask the Honorable Minister if he has been aware of some unfair treatment meted out to some of these Ghanaian workers who find themselves in the UAE, and what steps or measures is he putting in place, his ministry putting in place to ensure that this sort of treatment would not continue? Just like my sister indicated, some of them...
Unfair treatment under the current program?
Yes.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of any unfair treatment under this regime. In the last regime, the last administration got committed to make sure we don't tolerate people going to the Gulf any longer, especially to do maid work at the homes of people. So that policy I came to emphasize. It's a good policy, and I insisted that we are not going to take anybody out there until we can be sure that our labor laws are respected and that our people going out there are equally respected. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable John Dago.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, in your answer, you mentioned that you have pre-departure a meeting with Ghanaians who go to these places. I want to find out whether in the last 6 months, some Ghanaians have gone to these countries under the bilateral agreement, and whether you had this pre-departure training for them. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
So far, in my period, I have sent out 70 young men who had been prepared earlier before I came into office. They only needed my acceptance or support for them to go, official support for them to go. And those were to Korea. They had given them almost a year training and some orientation before they could go. I got evidence of all that, and then I permitted them to go. There are also some 300 young ladies who are supposed to leave this country, and I attended a program in which the company seeking to send them out took them through an orientation. I went to speak there. There are situations, we have now gathered a number of names that are showing interest, a number of people who are showing interest. They will not be able to go immediately because we insist on the training and orientation, which we are yet to do. It's part of our training, our policy direction, and I will insist on that. Thank you.
Honorable Kinsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to know from the Honorable Minister per paragraph 2 of his response if there is a specific number of Ghanaians that we are expecting, and also if there are specific skills that are needed before those Ghanaians will be exported. Thank you.
Yes, you have to repeat your question. Particularly the page.
Sorry?
The page.
Page.
Where the answer is that you are referring to.
I think page 12.
For ease of reference.
Page 12. Page 12, the second paragraph says another MOU. And my question is that in the MOU, is there a specific number of Ghanaians that we are expecting? And again, if there are specific skills that one must acquire before they can be part of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it depends on the company seeking to take our labor outside. And they tell us the kind of qualifications and training that they will require, the skills they would require. And then we can then prepare them for them. At the moment, there's an overwhelming request for Ghanaians to go and work elsewhere. But it's good to be cautious. And I'm exercising a number of taking a number of cautious steps to make sure we take the numbers and know these numbers are not going to affect our labor requirements in Ghana. It shouldn't be a situation of brain drain. It should be a situation of sharing the excess labor we have in a mutually beneficial manner so that when they go, it wouldn't be a big drain on us. So if we are signing an MOU with the companies taking them, they tell us, okay, we want 20 technicians. 10 of them should be plumbers. 5 of them should be electricians. 10 will be people who can weld. Or 10 should be 10 teachers. 20 should be nurses. We take that request and then we then do the supply. So we will provide the information as required by the companies requiring them. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Honorable Patel.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Honorable Minister, in the last few days, like 3-4 days now, there has been this development within the UAE, that is this partition crackdown, where people who provide residential facilities and normally partition these facilities to accommodate more people. These days, there's a crackdown on that, and this has always been the practice by the employers, where you have a company that would have accommodation that could take like 20 people, and then they partition that accommodation facility to now take like 100, 200 people. Now, in view of this recent development, I don't know whether the ministry is taking steps to make sure that these people that we are taking there, because currently workers they are stranded, they don't even have where to lay their heads, let alone go to work. And so I don't know whether the ministry has taken this into consideration in their recent approvals. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I said here that we signed an MOU. The MOU had not been signed in the past to request them to bring us the criteria upon which they are going to engage our workers. Now we insist on it, that we want to sign the MOU, we want to see the condition under which they are going to stay, and we want to see how much they are going to be paid and how they can return, how they are going to be treated, and all that. So we are yet to see what happens, but there's also a request from us to have how other countries that have been very successful, how they have gone through it, so that we can do a comparison to see how we can make ours better. It's all the reason why we are delaying in sending people out right now. So hopefully we will avoid that. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The minister just mentioned that before MAU was not part of the agreement with the people who carry our hard working young men and women out there. I am not surprised because we heard about maltreatment and ill treatment of these people and audios and videos they make back home. I only want to urge my honorable minister to ensure that those who have gone ahead without this memorandum of understanding, he should try and reach out to those companies or those factories that have employed these people
So
to ensure.
what is your question?
My question, sorry. So my question is whether the minister would take steps to ensure that those who have gone already without this MOU are fairly treated or brought back home safely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the references we are making about people who had gone through this and suffered severely some kind of mistreatment in their lives, it was because many of them worked to go them on their own. Many of them even died on the way. There was no streamlined and organized process by which they could have pathways into a working life outside Ghana. And because of that, people maltreated them badly. Now, we have a feeling that rather than just let people suffer and struggle and find their way to places where nobody knew about them, we now have to regulate it so that they don't just go on their own and suffer. Thank you. So eventually, if we notice that there are some people elsewhere still under this bad treatment, we will definitely have to bring them back. Thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just have one question for the very man who took interest in my upbringing in this chamber, and I'm always proud of him and would always be grateful for his good counsel. Mr. Speaker, the mainstay of the question was in respect of the safeguards, because we've heard a lot. My own constituency, I've had a lot of stories. Sometimes they tell us to send them money. They tell us to send them money. It becomes a burden on us. Honorable Minister spoke about the safeguards that, quote him, I hereby reiterate that we are committed to ensuring the protection of our citizens, in his answer. Now, by way of clarity, can the Honorable Minister share with us what specific measures the ministry has put in place in addressing these safeguards? Because, Mr. Speaker, without sounding argumentative, the rules do not permit me to be argumentative. I've seen a headmaster responsible for the rules, the Honorable Minister of Interior. He's the headmaster in charge of rules. He's in this chamber. He will get up very soon and raise the issue of about Order 89. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going there. All I'm saying is that the MOU being signed is one thing, but they get into UAE, where they face the vagaries of life, where these employers sometimes ignore, and because of the color, it's as if they are not human. Can you share with us, Honorable Minister, the safeguards you mentioned, how you have outlined them to send a strong signal to these employers that they cannot take our citizens for granted and pounce on their vulnerabilities for their gain? Because I listened to Honorable Member for Kwesi Mintim, my respected friend and colleague from Okaikwe North. No, that's not her. You raised the issue of 20, no, a colleague raised, yes, the honorable member who raised the issue of an accommodation for 20 people, and then the partition, yes, it was raised from here, he's out of the chamber. He raised this issue of accommodation meant for, say, 20. Then they partition in such a way that they pack 100 people in. It's true. It's a fact. I have heard that. So, Honorable Minister, I've just given this background, and I'm happy Mr. Speaker has accommodated me to expand the background to the question so that you'll be able to usher us into a specific answer regarding the safeguards. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, thank you for indulging me.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important question, and I thank the Majority Leader for that. Always very eloquent and aggressive sometimes. Actually, I have 3 steps I'm taking. First of all, to get the foreign minister sign agreements with the various countries. So there must be a bilateral agreement between us, so that in the event of a problem, it's not localized to the person, it's taken as a national issue. The second is that I sign an agreement with the companies recruiting them upon good behavior, upon good conduct, upon fair treatment. So eventually, when you send them there, you expect that they don't break the rules, because it would have formed the conclusive part of the contract, that you are taking our Ghanaian children away, people, students, what do you call it, young people away. You are going to conduct your working life according to these rules and according to the legal frame of our own existing labor laws. And the third is that we insist in monitoring and evaluating the program. So I'm planning to have a platform monitored by somebody. All the workers who are there, they will have their own phones. If you have a problem, you just state it there for us to take note of. This would, to my thinking, give a strong signal. Thank you so much.
Honour members, question time is ended. We spend more than 5 hours. I will proceed to adjourn the House. The House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, 25th June 2025 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.